Cruncha muncha? What was that? We're in the waiting room right now. I was messing around a bit with the filter effects they added, and I set up the thing in such a way that I can have the filters apply to the entirety of the thingy, but you know, maybe it makes it a little harder to read, so I might turn them off. Oh right, I had to change some stuff with the scene setup and things, so here's what it looks like right now. And I was just clicking through some of the other ones because I haven't actually looked at them all yet. This one's called TV Static Grain. Blur. Wow. Disappear. Oh my. 1000. Motion blur. What is that? That doesn't look any different from the other one. Okay. Been protected from the dangers of book. Eh. Oh, V8, I just skipped this one. VHS, oh, jeez. This one's gonna be a little distracting, perhaps. VHS old TV effect. I don't like this one because of the little wigglies it does randomly, but I can turn those off, I guess. Where is it? Line? No, sideways blur. Grain, horizontal twitch up and down. Let's turn those off. Make it really hard to read. Interlacing. Which one causes that little thing? Okay, I don't know which one of those does that. Well, let's kill that one. I have on right now 2 filters. I have a little bit of chromatic aberration in the corners, just for sillies. And then oh my god fast. Okay, well there's one called speedline effect. This here's oh my god fast. There's also, let's see, let me go through some of the other ones. There's a rain, there's a snow. Yeah. Messed around with custom particle shower for a moment, although it looks like I'll have to load it again. So let me save this as a preset, and I'll call it outline and from ab. And then we're gonna load Skibbity Riz Ohio, and it's gonna be really fucked up. Skibbity Riz Ohio? Wow, okay. Had heart and bubble and sparkle effects as well, and also that little analog what is it called? It was the analog glitch effect. That's the name of that one. Let me go to digital glitch. This one's annoying to your eyeballs. This one I do not like at all. Very something. This one is the other one that... Oh, do I need to reset these values? Oh no, they're just at 0 by default. Hey guys. French. Horizontal shake, don't like that. This one's fine if it's like really small, maybe. No, I don't like that. Scrimbly scrumbly. Okay. I'm just gonna leave it on these two. I'm probably gonna turn off chromatic aberration 1 for any future streams, just because it is a little silly, but whatever. Oh, I was gonna write some shit on the other shit. Hold on. Reading Orientalism by Edward W. Said. Although I am gonna read some other shizazzle first. Fucked up, I know. Gonna read a bit from the colonized Palestine first. You're in Ohio? Oh. Yeah. Also, I decided I'm just gonna use my normal art playlist for music this time. Let's see. Crunch a munch. Oh, I'm gonna have to move that guy out of the way? Ah, shit. Okay. Where is that? We'll hide these two for now. See if I remember to put them back. See, the edges are cut off slightly. Okay. If you haven't looked at this website before, I did read that. Did I read? How many books did I? I read 2 books about Palestine and Israel. But I felt like I should still do a little bit of stuff related to it. But anyway, this website has Palestine 101 section up there. Myths database, which I'll show it real quick. It's like, look at that trash can. Hollywood. Blah. Has different articles that you can read, and then some different categories if you want to read about specific ones. Like, say, myths. Let's see. I'll read the summary of one of them. Myth: Palestinians sabotaged the peace process. The idea that Palestinians sabotaged the peace process by rejecting Israeli offers is propaganda designed to stop you from asking about the content of said offers. The little picture there shows one plate with crumbs and the other one with a juicy steak. I think I've already read about that in one of those books. But the one bit I wanted to look at was there's a page called Rainbow Washing. Also, Hello Goku Destroyer. Yeah, I'm just gonna read one page off of there, probably. Let's see. Yeah, so they also have... Yeah, so this is related to common talking points you hear about Palestine and Israel. And this is like quick history lesson. And then the rainbow washing is, what are these? We'll take a look at them. Red washing, green washing. What happened to the blue washing one? That one got crunched for some reason. blue washing, purple washing, pink washing. They added an extra one, faith washing. It's not technically a color, but symbols here. The red, I believe, is communism, socialism, socialist projects, and then the green washing. That one should be obvious. Environmentalist appeals. Blue washing. That's the United Nations symbol there. Purple washing. I believe this one was feminism. Saying it's feminisms or something. Pink washing, that one's about queer LGBT stuff. That was the one I wanted to look at. And this one is obviously about religion. Look at that dirty washing machine. Oh, they've also got a reading list. You know, Palestine fact. I don't know if I've looked at this. Why do you avoid calling it a conflict? The term conflict is inadequate to describe the Palestinian question. It holds within it connotations of symmetry of two conflicting and equal parties, rather than a case of an indigenous population resisting colonial dispossession and ethnocide. It obfuscates this is not some local squabble between two already existing populations, but a case of foreign settlers seizing land to construct an exclusivist ethnocracy at the expense of the natives. Settler colonialism, by very definition, is unequal. Oh, they put a link for each one? Yeah. What does this link go to? Palestine throughout history. Oh, Palestine 101. Yeah, they have... There's... Oh, the head pats have been stuck there for a while. Let me kill that. Destroyed him. The, They got so many washes because the Israel propaganda machine is very well funded. So, and also because, well, maybe not just that, but like, oh my god, here it is. Here's all the washes. Let's ask them what red washing is. Oh, okay, it was something different than what I thought. I don't know why I had the star. Wait, no, it is what I was thinking about. Let's see. This is a little bit small. Maybe I should zoom it in. Because the reason there's so many washes is because the quality of arguments is not the goal. It's to have a large quantity. I think there's a name for this strategy where you just inundate people with a lot of different vaguely plausible sounding things, and then they can't debunk them all in this short 30-minute time session you gave them for your debate or whatever. You bookmarked the decolonized Palestine page? Okay. I mean, I'll read out what this one says. Actually, I'll read them all out, because they're all like just a paragraph long. So you'll start with pink, because it's at the top. What is pink washing? Pink washing refers to the efforts of Zionist organizations, as well as the Israeli government, to invoke LGBTQ plus rights to distract from its human rights violations. This appeal is an attempt to establish a moral superiority for the settler state. Frame the Israeli settler as enlightened, as opposed to the backwards Palestinian Arab. This is all used to legitimize the existence of the Zionist settler colonial project. It erases queer Palestinians and resistance to ongoing Israeli violence, and is itself a form of colonial violence that attempts to further fracture Palestinian society. We'll keep this tab open. We'll come back to that. Take a look at greenwashing. Greenwashing refers to the Israeli projection of an environmentally friendly and responsible image to divert attention away from its dismal record on human rights, international law, and various well-documented war crimes against the Palestinians. It also covers for environmental racism, whereas Zionists pay lip service to ecological preservation and ahistorically depict Israel as making the desert bloom. That's an article that goes, myth, Israel made the desert bloom. All the while, Israel continues polluting Palestinian land, planting invasive species, building, quote, ecological preserves to cover up ethnically cleansed villages, and presenting its theft of Palestinian water as a miraculous answer to the water scarcity. Saw I saw a little before and after thingy where where I saw a video clip of some city area a decade or two ago, and it was all green and the buildings were still standing and there's cars driving through, and then they showed after and it was just a wasteland of dust and rubble. Wow. Very green. Maybe the bombs are green. Wowza. Blue washing. The term blue washing is a portmanteau of the words blue and whitewash, which is generally a metaphor for the cover-up of crimes committed. The color blue is used because of its association with the United Nations, and has thus become associated with humanitarianism and human rights. Blue washing was first used to criticize the corporate partnerships formed under the United Nations Global Compact Initiative, following credible accusations that this association with the United Nations was undeservedly improving the corporation's reputations. In short, these partnerships were being used as a fig leaf, rather than an honest commitment to any kind of ideal. Israel, too, is quite flagrantly attempting to improve its ugly reputation through a cover of humanitarianism regarding the Palestinians it has been massacring, ethnically cleansing, bombing, imprisoning, and keeping under occupation for over 70 years. Such, quote, humanitarian work is also intended to ideologically align Israel with the West, despite its physical location in the East. Yeah. Next box. Redwashing. While many Palestinian activists and allies have used redwashing to refer to Israel's cynical weaponization of indigeneity discourse and its attempted recruitment of the indigenous peoples of Turtle Island. Turtle Island is what most people know as North America. The indigenous peoples of Turtle Island to cover up its settler colonial nature. We have chosen here instead to use redwashing to refer to depictions of probably redwashing like Redskins. I guess that's where it comes from. Instead, to use redwashing to refer to depictions of early Zionist institutions in Palestine as socialist, as well as current claims of Zionism being compatible with leftism or even progressivism. Still, the separate phenomenon of Israel's audacious indigeneity claims is a significant one also worth critiquing, and so an article addressing this is forthcoming under the title of Brownwashing. Crunch. Purple washing. Purple washing refers to an organization's or state's project a feminist or gender-inclusive facade on their politics in order to make them seem more palatable, and promote the image of social responsibility. This is part of an ideological framework referred to by scholars as colonial feminism, whereby women's rights are appropriated in the service of empire. In the context of Palestine, this rhetoric is also known as gendered Orientalism. The Palestinian Arab/Muslim is framed as an, quote, other, who is culturally or even genetically predisposed to misogyny. Naturally, this is juxtaposed with the framing of a liberal, enlightened Israeli Westerner. Ultimately, to Israel, this facade of feminism is a way to improve its image and incorporate women into its violent, colonial, racist systems and institutions, as well as a way to paint Palestinians as unworthy of statehood or even humanity. The fact that these systems subjugate other, usually Palestinian, women is hardly mentioned. Crunch. Oh, this one's the shortest one. Let's skip this track. Destroy him. Faith washing refers to the efforts to frame the question of Palestine as a religious conflict, rather than a case of settler colonialism. This framing suggests that the solution lies through interfaith dialogue, completely sidelining the colonized native population in favor of co-opted religious leaders with no connection to Palestine to normalize Israeli settler colonialism. Yeah, I don't mention it here, but the largest supporters of Zionism in the US are actually Christian Zionists. And a lot of the people in Israel are not really religious. They're only religious insofar as, say, your average American may be, quote unquote, religious. Kind of in a subconscious, but not really reading the Bible sort of way. Okay, let's go ahead and We're gonna go, well, maybe I'll open up the purple one too. We're gonna get the purple color as well. Fucked up. Hello, Octoboy. Welcome to the every other Saturday super serious stream. Fucked up. Let's see, I guess. Let me see how long this is. Let me change the zoom real quick. Count how many paragraphs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, well, maybe it'll take about an hour or two to read both of these. Oh my god, they mentioned Grinder. What was it? No soup? But yeah, I'm reading about, well, let's see. I was gonna read first this book about, this book called Orientalism by Edward W. Said. But I decided I wanted to also read this other stuff first, because maybe I'll just do one. Then I'll do, like, read one of these at the start of each of the book streams. Because I would like to be able to finish this whole other book in let's see, 378 pages? Okay, never mind. There's no way I'm gonna finish this tonight. It takes me like 9 hours to read. 9 hours to read a book that's a little under 200 pages, so I don't think I'll be able to finish that today. So I don't know, maybe I'll just read the pink one. And then we'll read purple washing next time. Alright, these are articles from the website Decolonize Palestine. Okay. Dorito? Wow. Yeah, I looked up thing to estimate the reading time before, and I put in like 200 pages, or it was like, no, it was like you read a paragraph and then you click the thing when you're done, and it's like, oh, you have a reading speed of this much. And then I was like, oh, it'll take me 4 hours to read a book of this long, and then it still takes me 9 hours. So I don't know what happens. I don't know what happens there. Really fucked up. Okay. Alright, let's see. We got the pride flag there, although it's been made into an all-white on pink background symbol. Oh, you know where the pink in pink washing comes from? Probably comes from that pink triangle thing. Fucked up. Alright. You may have seen some pictures before on social media, maybe, of IDF soldiers. A couple, every so often, an image of an IDF soldier sticking a pride flag. Not the progress pride flag, mind you. The one with the bonus triangles, just the normal 6-striped one. Oh, okay. You're legally blind? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well, there have been instances of Israeli soldiers who are planting a flag or like holding it up, maybe with a message scrawled on it or something, that rainbow pride flag, on top of the rubble of bombed Palestinian stuff. Which, okay, that actually reminds me of how I watched a video recently about gay liberation activists versus gay assimilationists. I think the IDF sort would fall squarely into the assimilationist camp. Because this was a video about Stonewall and how Stonewall was originally a queer liberation movement thing. Being deadass, how to burnt soup. If you cook it for long enough, all the water will leave, and then it'll just be the solids, and then they'll be ready for burning, ready for sizzling. Eye breaks, snack breaks, rereads for confusion, definition lookups, pausing to consider things that happened or decompress, etc. Yeah, I guess. I do sometimes take a short moment to explain what I just read in case it feels like it might be obtuse for people to understand, or to mention something that I was already somewhat familiar with. What this about, though? Let's see. Oh, it says here. Okay. Oh, that's right. I gotta read it out loud. Okay. So yeah, this page that I'm gonna read out before I read this other book, it says called pinkwashing. Pinkwashing refers to an estate or organization appeals to LGBTQ plus rights in order to deflect attention from its harmful practices. And, you know, they also do that in the US, but this is specifically going to be talking about Israel in regards to Palestine. You've never heard of either of those terms in particular before, but noted. Oh, yeah, it was did I post it on my server? I might have. Let me take a look. No, I don't think I did, actually. I can find it in my YouTube history, but yeah, it was basically about how let me take a look. But yeah, it's like the difference between queer and gay, and talking about history of Stonewall riots, and like queer assimilationists versus liberation movements. So it's like assimilationists, or like the people who are gay, but instead of like fighting for people to be gay in whatever way they want to be able to express themselves, they push for instead to assimilate into the status quo, which is contradictory to gayness, because complete and total assimilation would be to just erase the gay entirely. But it's like usually something that privileged, usually something that white gay people are more in favor of, since they don't have to worry about the other dimensions of oppression. Let me see. If I type in Stonewall in my history, it'll probably show up. Nope. Let's see, June 29th. Maybe I can just scroll down. No, I watched that a while back. Okay, let me type in beer. It's funny that it was talking. Oh, here it is. Drop the T. The deadlier consequences of gay respectability politics. I'm now hooked on what you're reading. Oh, I was actually just recounting part of what I watched from a video. Oh, why is the link still showing that? That's weird. But let me copy it. Here's the video I'm talking about. It's a long video from Kaylin Conrad. I think the reason they made this video was that it's relevant to some groups that have been popping up recently, like the LGB Alliance. It's LGB because they cut off the T and everything that comes after it. Ow. But yeah, it was basically a history lesson, and like talking about how these appearances of these assimilation groups aren't new. Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm gonna put it up on the screen for a moment. By Kaylin Conrad, Caelan. You remember seeing the thumbnail for this one, but the title seemed weird, so you didn't click it? Oh. The thumbnail has this woman, what's her name? I forgot. Oh, her name's Blair White. She's a right-wing token trans person. So she's transgender, but she says anti-trans things, paradoxically, among other things you'd expect from a right-wing person. And the flag there were like these triangles. These ones are obviously like transgender colors, white, pink, and blue, and then the brown is people of color, and the black is representing people who died from AIDS. Just in case you didn't know. So like the paradoxical right-wing gays who want to cut out this extra chunk of triangle, those are they either they don't know or they're ignorant of what that represents, and they're like, oh, we gotta cut out the woke part of the flag. Something mysterious and unknowable like that. Anyway, I'm gonna crunch that because yeah, it is a long video. I recommend putting it on the side of doing something else, perchance. Or maybe like sitting down to watch 2-hour long videos. I watched it with Muddy at like 1.5 times speed. You think what threw you off is that without knowing the contents of the video, the title of the video sounded almost like it was advocating the thing it's debating? Oh, if it was doing that, then it would be like, it would be more obviously... The reason it looks like that is probably to make it so that people who are on the fence will click on it more likely. If it was for right-wingers, it would be like, we epically own evil trans people and their agenda, and get owned, Lamau. No, I've seen that before, where videos kind of they put it as a question first, even though it's going to, I don't know. Yeah, it's put that way to be like, I guess it's to appeal to the people who are a little more undecided. Anyway, I'm so distracted. It's only been half an hour, but we haven't started reading this yet. Okay, let me read about pinkwashing. Pinkwashing refers to when appeals to LGBTQ rights in order to deflect attention from harmful practices. Alright, I'll link this page as well. This is what I'm reading right now. From university, student clubs to queer film festivals, to pride parades, to New York Times editorial pages, the contrived presence of the Israeli flag alongside the rainbow flag has become all too common. Now, despite consistent pushback by queer activist groups, Stand With Yous, by queer activist groups, Stand With Us, a Zionist group founded in 2009, is one of the most egregious offenders of this conflation of Zionism and queer liberation. Buoyed by hundreds of millions of shekels allocated to the... What's that link? Oh, okay. Buoyed by hundreds of millions of shekels allocated to the Brand Israel initiative by the Israeli Foreign Ministry, it began a campaign that included brochures that declare Israel a, quote, gay paradise for queer Palestinians, as well as provocative newspaper ads with headlines such as, quote, Hamas, ISIS, and Iran kill gays like me. Crunch. This messaging has been deemed, quote, pinkwashing by queer pro-Palestinian activists, widely in use since 2010 by groups such as Queers Undermining Israeli Terrorism, or QUIT, as a twist on greenwashing, where companies claim to be eco-friendly in order to make a profit. In the case of Israel, pinkwashing is done to salvage its abysmal global reputation of being a colonial aggressor, through exploiting and even encouraging anti-Arab racism and Islamophobia to present itself as a comparatively modern, cosmopolitan haven and boost its tourism revenue in the process. Oh, right. I'm gonna mark where I'm at right now. There was another video I remember watching. This was actually before the whole October 7th happened, and then Israel-Palestine blew up. In the figurative sense, not the literal. They were already being bombed before on irregular occasions. But this was another video. It was called Rose from John the Duncan, Pride and Why I Felt Ashamed to Be There. This one's a shorter video than the other one. Let me check how long it is. I think it's like 20 or 30 minutes. 35 minutes. It's talking about pink washing specifically. French. Okay, let's see. Present itself as a comparatively modern haven and boost its tourism revenue in the process. This article will explore in further detail how pink washing functions and the detrimental impact it has had and continues to have on all Palestinians, but especially queer Palestinians. It'll also push back against the idea, present even in some critiques of Israeli pinkwashing, that Israel would be a queer haven, quote, if only there was no occupation, or that Zionism and queer liberation could eventually become compatible. Background. While pinkwashing does quite frequently operate as a propaganda or public relations strategy, a deeper understanding of how it functions regarding Palestine and Palestinians reveals that pinkwashing is also the inevitable manifestation of the intrinsically homophobic and Orientalist nature of Zionism, which itself is a manifestation of European colonial thought. Oh, there's the word Orientalist cropping up again. Orientalist. We're like referring to the Orient, as in the Far East, as in basically Asia, and that sort of mythologizing of it, and being, what is it, being like, oh my god, they're so exotic and weird, and blah, and yeah. Which itself is a manifestation of European colonial thought. As Palestinian queer rights organization Al-Qas has explained, pinkwashing is the symptom, settler colonialism is the root sickness. The pinkwashing of Israel relies on the understanding that the East remains stubbornly backwards regarding homosexuality because of a refusal to learn from Western progressivism. However, as Joseph A. Boone outlines in The Homoerotics of Orientalism, I'm going to click on that link, that's a book link. This is ignoring several hundred years of history where, quote, it was the uptight Christian West that accused the debauched Muslim East of harboring what it euphemistically called the, quote, male vice, sodomy. The Middle East was associated with, quote, sexual deviancy and effeminacy, whose mores and values good Christians must remain on guard against. The movements for modern nation-state building in what is now Turkey and Iran actually saw the adoption of heterosexual norms, quote, at least in part as a response to the European representations of its civilizational, quote, backwardness and sexual irregularities. In Turkey, quote, unabashedly frank references to same-sex acts and desire were written out of the historical record and repressed from collective memory in the name of Western-style modernization, while the Prince of Persia's emergence as the new Iranian the price of Persia's emergence as the new Iranian nation-state was the official eclipse of its long-standing history of male homoerotic bonds as, quote, pre-modern, and the cultivation of heteroeroticism as the new norm. Overall, the modern... Oh yeah, that's... Yeah, I didn't mention that bit, but I guess Orientalism, they're going to talk about how much more... about how much more sexy they were. No, about how much more relaxed their views on sexuality were compared to Europe, probably. Okay, Overall, the modern West was positively associated with heteronormativity, which the Middle East was deemed in need of emulating in order to enter the realm of progressive modernity. There is a long, complicated history of homophobic aspersions between not only the constructed binary of the East and West, but also between, for example, the Abbasid Caliphate and the Persian Empire, with the former blaming the latter for being a, quote, gay influence. That today, many Islamic conservatives depict homosexuality as a foreign contagion in the name of nation building and, quote, cultural authenticity, cultural authenticity is merely an outgrowth of the aforementioned historical relations. In the process, the history of homoerotic relations among males, once intricately interwoven into the fabric of Muslim culture, is being erased and denied. This is not to oversimplify how homophobia functions in the Middle East, or to lay blame on the West. Rather, it is to understand that current depictions of homophobia in the region, as resistance to, quote, Western modernity, obscures how these understandings of sexuality we have today are in fact modern. They are the result of modern nation-state building and the accompanying construction of the, quote, other as inferior, to be stigmatized, exploited, and discriminated against. I'm gonna push my mic a little closer, a little tiny bit. It also obscures how the present-day colloquial deployment of, quote, Islamic sexual repression narratives currently plaguing human rights, liberal, queer, and feminist discourses came to be. This paradox at the heart of Orientalist notions of sexuality, where Muslims are simultaneously hypersexual and repressed, informs the dehumanization of Muslims in general and the sexual violence enacted against the prisoners deemed, quote, terrorists, whether by the US or Israel in particular. I forgot to fill my water bottle, so I'm going to do that real quick. Actually, hold on. I'll read this one more paragraph. Which, let's see. Sexual violence, dehumanization, which leads to how the discursive strategy of how racist understandings of sexuality is currently being weaponized in order to uphold present day... You're lost? Oh. Yeah, I was reading the page, pink washing, under rainbow washing on the website Decolonize Palestine. It's about... So pink washing being the thing where... You gonna switch to mobile fixed dinner? Alright, Anne. Okay, so pink washing being when you say, hey, we love gays, while committing war crimes or whatever, or other sussy shit. And so they're first giving a historical context of like historical context of the West versus East, like a few hundred years back, and then comparing it to like modern day. And then they'll probably, I assume they're going to move into talking about like more modern instances of pink washing or something. But yeah. And like, let's see, the bit where they say Muslims being simultaneously hypersexual and repressed. I don't know if I know too much about what they mean by Muslims being hypersexual. Maybe it comes from, say, like kind of stereotypes about like stereotypes about the belly dancers and stuff and that kind of thing. And what was so exotic? They got so many young boys or shit like that. Or they got 5 wives. Sort of stereotype, but then repress, and then also being repressed where they make all the women wear a burqa and they don't educate their, well, whatever. It's like the double, yeah, hypersexual and repressed somehow. Ow. Ah, man, this headset sucks. It's already making my scalp hurt. There was a shootout nearby and it seems to be getting closer. Okay, it stopped. Oh. Well, I hope. Just, if you need to go, I hope you stay safe. And you're being hella studies? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna fill my water bottle real quick since there's a break in the action. I have to drink lots of water. Alright, back. Water bottle's filled. Now I'll be able to survive at least 4 hours of reading. Heck, freaky, don't say that. It's just, I made the range on this model's neck be able to rotate further than usual. Also, it's a 3/4 view model, so the way it can turn is a little more awkward to set up. Or was a little more awkward to set up, so it's not really as good as the front-facing models. Should be fine. Sounds like police is already looking into whatever just happened. Wasn't on the street, but dang. Okay. You'll be listening in for at least another hour or two? Gonna actually do the whole food and meds stuff thing now? Alright. Well, I wish you to have a good food consumption and stuff. Okay, let's see, where were we? Oh, I don't think I finished reading the first one. This one, okay. Oh yeah, this will probably be a little bit relevant to the book I'm reading, since the book I'm reading is about specifically Orientalism and how it carries into modern day. Get a snack really quick? Okay. I'll wait for a little. I'll go back to playing with VTube Studio particle effects. Really fucked up. I guess I should drop an announcement on my server as well. Alright, back? Oh, okay. Damn, didn't even get to play with the particle effects. No, Alright. Maybe I should, let me check how this looks real quick. Whoop. Is that... Maybe I should turn off that. I'm gonna turn off that little effect on VTube Studio, actually. It's a little bit silly looking. Or not silly, but it's like, I don't want to make the text fuzzy. So we're gonna kill him. Oh my god. Destroyed. Ow. Okay. Let's see. Last one was talking about simultaneously hypersexual and repressed. Dehumanization of Muslims, sexual violence against prisoners deemed terrorists. Alright. Which leads to how the discursive strategy of how racist understandings of sexuality is currently being weaponized in order to uphold present-day imperialism and colonial political aims. This necessarily includes the Zionist project in Palestine, which was only possible because of historical processes in Europe. Oh, right. I guess I'll also explain in case it needs explaining. Zionism, or the Zionist project, is referring to the movements to colonize the area of Palestine and movement. I don't know if I like that, using that word. That usually is like a good thing, or the liberation movement. But no, it was a political project to colonize an area or to colonize Palestine and make it into the state of Israel. Informally began in like 1910-ish, and then it was officially established with violence in 1948. Yeah. So that's when they're referring to colonial aims, they're talking about Israel and how it's a settler colonial project. necessarily includes the Zionist project in Palestine, which was only possible because of historical processes in Europe. Oh, also hello Nekion. Pertinent to this article, the same European masculine values, which deemed Muslims as sexually deviant, were also weaponized against the Jewish people in anti-Semitic acts and depictions, which deemed Jewish men effeminate. Zionist founders were later keen to combat these historic allegations. This is manifested in the conflation of masculinity with the national army, with the dominant masculinity in Israel identified with the Jewish combat soldier and, quote, deemed an emblem of good citizenship. This desire for masculinity is in fact a precondition for the Zionist enterprise, which would later evolve into a violent militaristic culture. I'm going to skip this track. Crunch. Violent militaristic culture. While, quote, the Jew had been both feminized and orientalized in Europe, the Zionist culture similarly feminized and orientalized the indigenous Palestinian Arabs, who are also seen as inadequate. The Israeli state, then, must attempt to transcend the contradictions in needing to appease homophobic supporters of Israel among, say, Western evangelicals, who consist the majority of supporters of Israel in the US, while simultaneously projecting the image of Israel as a gay haven in certain Western secular contexts. Oh, yeah. Yeah, most of Israel's supporters in the US are Christian. The Christian, a certain segment of the Christian right. But they also want to appeal to gay people at the same time, which is very mysterious. TBH. Okay. These efforts to transcend these contradictions can best be understood through the lens of homo-nationalism. This term was coined by Jasbir K. Puar in her excellent Terrorist Assemblages, Homo-Nationalism in Queer Times. In it, she describes homo-nationalism as the framework in which certain homosexual constituencies are able to embrace and be embraced by nationalist agendas, including the imperial expansion endemic to the War on Terror. Basically, primarily but not exclusively, white cisgender queers can assimilate into the nation, such as through openly joining the national army and buying into a combination of ethnic chauvinism, religious nationalism, toxic masculinity, and the Islamophobia so crucial to the War on Terror. Oh, I see. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna look up chauvinism because I keep forgetting what this word means. Oh, excessive or prejudiced support for one's own cause or group, in particular male prejudice against women. Okay. In this case, it says ethnic chauvinism, so I guess they're referring to the white people and Arabs, probably. Can be accepted as a white cisgender queer if you join the army and destroy the bad guys, TM. Let's see. This is evident in multiple Western countries where, for example, gay politicians have risen in the ranks of conservative political parties, all who articulate Muslim populations as an especial threat to LGBTQIA+ communities. Naturally, this is despite the exhortations by some queer Muslims who insist that their religious and family struggles are not much different from those of their Christian or Jewish counterparts. Gay rights, in other words, have been absorbed into what Puar calls the, quote, human rights industrial complex, which operates through the foregrounding of Western countries as champions of human rights and non-Western, read Muslim, non-Western countries as their enemies. Implicit to this complex is the notion that religious and racial communities are more homophobic than white mainstream queer communities are racist, or that a critique of homophobia within one's home community is deemed more pressing than a critique of racism within mainstream queer communities. The logic of homo-nationalism, which underpins pinkwashing strategies, is not compatible with queer liberation or the elimination of oppression as a whole. Rather, this logic is in service of broader imperialist aims, and thus cannot include those queer people who have been racialized or otherwise deemed enemies of the state. Blah. Blah, blah, blah. I think the part that sticks out there is gay and Christian is okay, but gay and Muslim is evil. And this is the part where we explode instantly. Okay. Pinkwashing in action. Oh my god, here it comes. The modern day examples. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, in a joint meeting of the US Congress, declared that the Middle East is, quote, a region where women are stoned, gays are hanged, Christians are persecuted. Israel stands out. It is different. Missing from this narrative, of course, is how Israel profits from the very persecution he describes through Israeli spyware being used to crack down on dissidents, including queer people. However, what is significant here is how the, quote, Israeli Arabs were spoken about, rather than to. Similarly, Stand With Us is, that's the name of a group, Stand With Us. Stand With Us's previously mentioned advertisements, which declared Tel Aviv, as a city in Israel, which declared Tel Aviv a, quote, gay paradise for Palestinians, has nothing to do with what's best for Palestinians at all. After all, as queers against Israeli apartheid, or QUAIA, have pointed out, quote, there is no pink door in the apartheid wall. Queer Palestinians, like all Palestinians, live under the control of a state that has deemed them demographic threats, obstacles in the way of a Jewish state by and for Jews. Most Palestinians have never set foot in Tel Aviv for this reason, and in general, Israel prioritizes ethnicity and demographics above all else, including asylum cases. Oh yeah, they do have an obsession with demographics and being... Yeah, okay. You gonna stream tomorrow? Sunday? No, yeah, I don't usually stream on the weekends, except in some rare cases, when when the stream just has to be let out of my, whatever. I usually just stream Monday, Tuesday, and then Thursday, Friday. So like weekdays, except for Wednesday. Although I'm doing these book streams every... well, I did decide every other Saturday, but maybe I should do every... Oh, I don't know. If I do every Saturday, I'll be able to actually get through these books quicker. Fucked up. I already have 2 more that I want to read, and that's going to be like... 2 more books? That's like a whole nother month. And it's going to take me another session to finish Edward Said's Orientalism. You like book streams? Yeah, most of my streams are either art streams or video game streams, although I've been doing a lot more video game than art recently. You got a lurky? Oh, alright, Nekio, have a good lurk. Alright, let's see. Let's see, okay. These statements and advertisements are meant to accomplish the following goals. 1. Israel being absolved of its colonial and military policies, which has resulted in the loss of countless Palestinian lives. 2. Israel being contextualized by the Middle East, but ceasing to be located there. Israel should be judged according to, quote, regional standards, while also being treated as a cultural outpost of Europe. Which they get to be. Tickets to see Israel in Eurovision, anyone? Oh, that was some sarcasms. A little bit. Oh, thanks for the headpads, Nekua. Yeah, simultaneously Middle East, but also like European culturally. the flip side of the pinkwashing coin. Israel being praised for supposedly being so, quote, queer-friendly is dependent on Palestinians, and Arabs and Muslims in general, being demonized as uniformly homophobic. This is evident in the report released in 2008 by the Israel Project, extolling Israel's progressive values. The report stated that, quote, there are several explanations about how Israel has come to embrace its gay and lesbian community. One is that the family as an institution is central to Israeli Jewish society. Therefore, parents would rather accept their lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender children, LGBT, than let homophobia destroy family unity. I don't know, man. As Stephen Salaita excellently analyzed in Chapter 4 of his work, Israel's Dead Soul, Sexuality, Violence, and Modernity in Israel, the Paradise of Not Being Arab. The purpose of such a grotesque statement is to imply that Palestinians, quote, are neither family-oriented nor tolerant. They are willing to sacrifice their own children to their irrational beliefs, or they are so irrational as to be unable to make such a choice. Even in its exaltation of Israeli open-mindedness, the Israel Project betrays its own implicit homophobia. Homosexuality is not embraced by Israeli Jews. It is merely tolerated in the interest of family unity. It is not something Israeli Jews would ever accept. It simply presents a difficult obstacle that they are reluctantly willing to overlook. End quote block. This was perhaps more revealing than the Israeli Project intended, but it underscored how the language of LGBTQIA+ rights is being co-opted in the interest of Israel foreign policy and the tourism industry, even as homophobia remains rife in Israeli society. When Israel's Ministry of Tourism, the Tel Aviv Tourism Board, and Israel's largest LGBT organization, the Agudah, joined together to launch Tel Aviv Gay Vibe, an online tourism campaign to promote Tel Aviv as a travel destination, it was met with the following verbatim comments. Wait, verbatim? Does that mean like word for word? I think that's what that means. In exactly the same words. Okay, real comments from real shithead, real people. 1. Surely nothing to be proud. Hold on, I gotta read them in an accent. 1. Surely nothing to be proud of. Shameful. Number 2. Haredim. I don't know what that means. Probably something disparaging. What is... No, I don't know. Ultra-Orthodox. Okay. I don't know. Gay avec. Also, cute slogan. Yiddish for go away. Yes, by all means, bring hordes of AIDS. Wow. Number 5. Oh, did I? Maybe I didn't read the numbers from... Okay, whoops. Number 5. Inviting destruction. Full speed. And that's the end of the verbatim comments. Opposition to Israel's so proudly touted pride parades has also reached the point of violence, with an ultra-Orthodox man who was imprisoned in 2005 for stabbing several people at a pride parade, doing the same in 2015 following his release. Wow, they only gave him... They gave him 10 years, and then they let him go, and then he did it again. Wow, I wonder what they thought would happen. Well, maybe they probably didn't care. As Sarah Schulman explains, quote, overall, Israel is a proudly homophobic society. The dominance of religious fundamentalists, the sexism, and the proximity to family and family oppression makes life very difficult for most people on the LGBT spectrum in Israel, end quote. While Ayel Gross, a professor of law at Tel Aviv University, explains that, quote, gay rights have essentially become a public relations tool, end quote, even though... Oh, hold on. There's another one. Gay rights have essentially become a public relations tool, even though conservative and especially religious politicians remain fiercely homophobic, end quote. As Samira Saraya, one of the co-founders of Aswat, an LGBTI+ organization for Palestinian women, has further elucidated, quote, if you are an Israeli gay man who served in the army, looks masculine, acts normal, and has a secure job, then you are treated well. For the rest of us, things are much less rosy. That it is to say, if you do not somehow compensate for your queer identity in ways conducive to Israel's ethno-nationalist project vis-a-vis homo-nationalism, you are even further outside the margins of the Zionist ideal, and thus more vulnerable to the brunt of homophobia and racism. I don't know if they're going to mention it too much, but the, what is it, family and family oppression, the whole family values thing. I don't know if they're going to talk about the nuclear family at all, but it's like the man and his wife and the 2.5 kids and the dog, as opposed to any man and man relationship or woman and woman relationship, which, well, those are the smallest deviations, but under a society that enforces the nuclear family, usually one of those men is assigned to be the wife, and then in the woman relationship, one of them is assigned to be the husband. It's like, oh, who wears the pants in the relationship? Who's actually the man here? So it's like kind of still the same. And then any relationship of, say, polyamory, or what is it? I don't know. Yeah, any relationship that is more than just 2 people, or any relationship that is not like sanctifying marriage so much, because like, yeah, who gives a fuck about marriage? No. Marriage kind of has a religious smell to it, you know, a little bit of a whiff. But yeah, it's like those are the things that they're referring to with family and family oppression, or actually there's even the like example of not just talking about relationships, but like, say, when people just there's some in some cultures, I don't know if it's too common anymore, sort of like family upbringing style where women, well, I don't know, she was just having a fling and it wasn't a big deal, and then she got pregged, and then they had the baby, and then the baby gets raised with the child gets raised with many other childs in sort of a group parent arrangement of like 5, 10, I don't know, raised by multiple people who won't necessarily even be their mother or father, in like a group of similarly aged children. Communal family raising where everyone's just your fucking mom, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Something like that. But yeah, the only thing that you get to have in Western society is the nuclear family. It's called nuclear, I think, because it's like nucleus of a cell, or not cell? Yeah, nucleus of a cell or an atom, and it's like everything revolves around the man, or something like that. I think that's what the meaning, where the name comes from. All right, distraction is over. Let's see, where were we? Talking about how Israel is a profoundly homophobic society. Now you have to compensate for your gayness. You have to compensate if you're right. What would be the opposite of this? Israeli gay. See, if you were not Israeli, didn't serve in the army, look feminine, and you don't act normal. Yeah. Normal. All my homies hate normal. And you're an artist or something. That's not a secure job, and then they'll destroy you with lasers. Really fucked up. Okay. Okay. Zionism's obsession with ensuring a Jewish majority comes with pressure to produce as many children as possible to resolve what Zionists have outright declared as the, quote, demographic problem. Yeah, they literally just go out and say, there's not enough of us. There's not enough Israelis. We need to outnumber the Palestinians. Well, I guess they're solving that now with violence. Although they liked to solve it before by pushing Palestinians into a tiny box and putting them over there, and then they can be like, see, there's so many of us over here, and there's barely any Palestinians because we moved them all over there. Okay. And then that's be like, and then that's where they be like, oh my god, I keep getting distracted and trying to explain shit. It's that thing where they're like, yeah, we totally belong here. See, there's so many of us. Okay. I'll just start from the beginning of the paragraph again. Zionism's obsession with ensuring a Jewish majority comes with pressure to produce as many children as possible to resolve what Zionists have outright declared as the, quote, demographic problem, adding another obstacle to those who would prefer same-sex partners. Yeah, if you have a same-sex partner, then your partner's not a baby factory anymore. Fucked up. This was attested to by Israeli scholar and queer rights activist Amit Kama, who has worked on a government survey to attract more gay tourists to Israel, even as he himself was forced to marry his partner outside of the country. Almost lost in all the rainbow confetti and the condescending hand-wringing over Palestinian or Muslim homophobia is how, in Israel, all marital issues are under the control of the Orthodox rabbinic authorities. Oh, rabbinic, like rabbi, like the Jewish church guy. Thus, there is no civil marriage in Israel, only religious marriage. Orthodox rabbinate representatives supporting the law against civil marriage and gay couples being able to be married with cite a wish to, quote, guarantee the Jewish future of the state of Israel and protect against, quote, assimilation. The weaponized understanding of this queer... I think there's some typos in this. The weaponized understanding of this queerphobia in Israeli society functions through treating Palestinians, quote, as a site onto which queerphobic Zionists may project their queerphobic fantasies, as articulated in Zafo Papantonopoulos' excellent article, quote, even a freak like you would be safe in Tel Aviv, transgender subjects, wounded attachments, and a Zionist economy of gratitude, end quote. In it, she details transphobic abuse directed her way, which demanded she stop criticizing Israel, as it is supposedly the only place in the Middle East where she could expect to be treated, quote, equal to a male or female heterosexual, and not be met with violence that they so graciously went so far as to describe in detail to her. Well, yeah, that's what they do on Twitter, where they're like, I hope you get blanked by a Arab so-and-so. And you're like, wowza. That's so gay accepting of you. That's so feminist of you. Yeah. Okay. She explains that Zionists' deflections of their own queerphobia onto Palestinians is meant to, quote, allow the queerphobic Zionist to live out his own queerphobic fantasy while simultaneously deploying a pretext of caring about queers. The identification of Tel Aviv as gay-friendly, even by those who harbor queerphobia, then is presented as a, quote, gift to all queers, who are in fact meant to feel grateful for being, quote, allowed to thrive or even live. Oh, big quote block. Under the Zionist economy of gratitude, the transgender subject is perpetually indebted to capitalism in the West for allowing her to exist. The properly delimited space for the transgender subject within this ideology is essentially one confined to an apoliticized space of pride parades and gay bars, but never the front lines of an anti-imperial or anti-colonial project. Hence, the queerphobic Zionist can pass the gift of his racist colonial phobia as well as his queerphobia on to the transgender subject. I am supposed to feel vulnerable, afraid, and attacked, in order that I may pass on that gift of death to the supposedly transphobic Palestinian. Wait, did I read that out already? Twitter has been horrible for that kind of stuff? Well... yeah, creatures on Twitter. We can roll a dice for what the creatures on Twitter are. One quarter of them are Israeli Hasbara fellows who are being paid to do this. Another half of them are right-wing assholes who, as mentioned... Oh, maybe not right-wing asshole. Hold on. we'll say they're the center-right assholes who haven't fully committed to being maximum asshole, haven't fully spread the no, but it's like described here, the sort of opportunistic target for their homophobia. And then the other last quarter are people who do the same, but because they don't know any better. But maybe that's being a little too generous. A whole 25%? I don't know. Although you really can't tell the difference between people who don't know any better and people who really just want to see burn. So, I don't know. Okay. Progressive pinkwashing. Pinkwashing is as prevalent as it is because it is not limited to those on the right, with instances of the logic of pinkwashing internalized and regurgitated even by self-professed radical groups. A prescient example of this was seen in response to No Pride Without Palestinians. Oh, quote, No Pride Without Palestinians, a queer coalition based in New York City who sought to move World Pride 2006 outside of Jerusalem, arguing that Palestinian queers and many Arabs from neighboring countries would be banned from the celebrations, and those already present risked intensified surveillance, policing, harassment, and deportation. Outrage! Exclamation point. A British queer group waltzed in carrying... Oh, of course, the Brits would do... waltzed in carrying placards commanding... Oh, okay. Oh, wait, no, that was the British... Okay, I see. We weren't finished with queer people saying, hey, stop that. Outrage! Exclamation point. A British queer group waltzed in carrying placards commanding, quote, Israel, stop persecuting Palestine. Oh my... Okay, never mind, I was wrong. Placards said, Israel, stop persecuting Palestine. Palestine, stop persecuting queers. And, quote, stop honor killing women and gays in Palestine. This seemingly innocuous and politically correct messaging, stemming from the group's commitment to protest, quote, Islamophobia and homophobia, negates the ways in which oppression by a settler colonial state might sustain or even create the conditions for social ills, including homophobia. The equation of Israeli oppression of all Palestinians with Palestinian homophobia did so by taking for granted the Israeli state narrative that it does not, in fact, quote, persecute queers, foremost among them Palestinian queers. Furthermore, it takes for granted that queerphobia is a more pressing threat to queer Palestinians than colonialism, as if these could ever be separated. This is of similar thinking to an Israeli student who asked Palestinian queer scholar Saeed Atshan during a pinkwashing panel why he couldn't log onto Grindr in Hebron, with another queer student asking about the absence of gay clubs in Gaza, the world's largest open-air prison which barely has electricity or potable water. Where's the gay clubs? Oh, well, you see, if they existed, Israel would have bombed them. Wow. Yowza. Yes, someone... Honestly, I'm simultaneously surprised, but not surprised. My favorite state of being. They're asking, where's the gay bars? When people were dying from thirst or whatever. Okay. As Atshan replied, quote, is whether or not Grindr is used among Palestinians a more important question than the conditions in Hebron that Palestinians endure as a result of the Israeli occupation there? How does use of Grindr become a marker of Palestinian civilizational value? It perplexed me... Oh, ... skip. It perplexed me that the absence of gay clubs in Gaza is more outrageous to some people than is the reality of queer and straight Palestinians in Gaza struggling to survive amid unspeakable conditions imposed by Israel. What pinkwashing also does is obscure how society, under constant assault, is put on the defensive and thus cannot undertake the scope of work needed to fully eradicate social ills. With decades of Zionists negating and attacking Palestinian culture and identity as either non-existent, inconsequential, threatening, or all of the above, Palestinian society as a whole has become very zealous about what it perceives to be its traditions and culture. A non-existent, inconsequential, threatening, and all at the same time? That sounds like the enemy is both strong and weak. Wow, so have you heard that one before? You may have. But yeah, that reminds me of how they're like... What is it? They rip up all the olive and orange trees. They destroy the land so that they destroy all the greenery that the Palestinians have been farming for generations or whatever. I remembered in some other person's stream when they were looking at... I think this was in someone else's stream. I don't think it was one of the book things I looked at. It was like the account from an old Palestinian guy, a little old grandpa. He wasn't too worried when Israel was like taking all of their homes and occupying everything at first, because it was like, but the land is still there. And then they tore up all the trees and destroyed all the, like, cut off all the water and stuff. And then he cried, big cry, because now it's just a wasteland. You know, a wasteland they're gonna pave over, and then they use all that water that they're sequestering away from Palestinians. They have even less water now. They have like barely anything. They won't let... I recall seeing that they won't let you collect rainwater. The IDF won't let you collect rainwater. They claim the rainwater is Israeli property. But yeah, and I remember seeing a thing where they have big open pools in cities in Israel. Just a ton of water for people to swim in, and then they do not wish to give any to Palestinians to drinky. Obviously, because they're violent. Israel being violent and just blocking off wells and having guards around water sources and shit, because the IDF is fucked up like that. Anyway, distraction, sidestep. All right, where was I at? Let's see. Society under constant assault cannot fully eradicate social ills, so it becomes very zealous about defending the little crumbs of culture. As Rima with Aswad explained, quote, the majority of the society rejects behaviors and changes that, quote, threaten its heterosexuality and patriarchy, since they are perceived as a threat to the continuity, emphasis added, of the uniqueness of our culture. While obviously incorrect and dangerous thinking, it is fueled by the constant violence against Palestinians in the name of Zionism and the feeling of insecurity this engenders. The ramifications of this thinking to Palestinians themselves is evident when the Palestinian Authority periodically assigns itself the role of morality police to, quote, protect Palestinian society from being, quote, infiltrated and corrupted by homosexuals and agents of the West. The threat of Israel and Zionism to Palestinians, coupled with the identification of queerness as a Western phenomenon, ends up galvanizing reactionary responses, leaving marginalized Palestinians more vulnerable to multiple forms of violence. Yeah, this is that thing about guarding their last crumbs of what they perceive to be their culture, or yeah. That sounds like how oh my god, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say the H word. How Hamas became the most like popular resistance group while being a religious group and not a secular one like the Palestinian Liberation Organization was. Yeah. Because it's easier to appeal to reactionary tendencies. Easier to survive. Wow, fucked up. Israel as oppressor of queer Palestinians. Oh. Warning. Descriptions of sexual assault, torture, and queerphobia. Click to skip. I'm gonna read it one more time. Warning. Descriptions of sexual assault, torture, and queerphobia. Here it is worthwhile to delineate how Israel also draws upon racialized homophobia and transphobia in its abuse of Palestinians. This includes the blackmailing of queer Palestinians, with a former Israeli intelligence corps member sharing that in training to disregard Palestinians' privacy and manipulate their personal lives for Israeli state interests. Quote, "We actually learned to memorize and filter different words for gay in Arabic. Even more horrifically, there are detailed accounts from Palestinians imprisoned in Israeli jails of verbal and sexual harassment which use homophobia and transphobia as a threat. One 16-year-old described a police officer as telling him that, quote, "I will fuck you and you will sing on my dick," as part of his threats. Another 23-year-old recounted how an Israeli Secret Service member shouted, quote, "You terrorist, I'll fuck you like a homosexual," quote, while another in a separate report described being harassed by an interrogator who asked, quote, "Are you a homosexual? You look like a woman. Have you ever fucked a woman?" End quote. Still another detainee described how they were threatened with having their brother undergo a sex change against their will, saying, quote, "They put me in an investigation room with a glass partition, and on the other side, I saw my brother, dressed as a woman, immodest in a miniskirt. They said that they had arranged for him a sex change surgery in Jerusalem." These are not isolated cases, as Israel's extensive use of sexual harassment and assault as a form of torture against Palestinians are well documented. This is a link that goes to electronicintifada.net. Blogs Tamara Nassar. Palestinian child says he was R*** Israeli interrogator. The reasons for this are betrayed even in the very report most of the aforementioned testimony was drawn from, with the author declaring that, quote, "Sexual torture and ill treatment, including forced nudity and curses with sexual contents, may have particularly deep and sometimes long-lasting humiliating effects among Arab men. This is grounded in the notion of honor, which is basic in social life in much of the Muslim world," end quote. Here, the author is taking for granted the idea that Arab and Muslim men, though here he is using the terms interchangeably, are more sensitive to being sexually harassed and assaulted than their Western counterparts. He seems to, whether subconsciously or not, believe that the perpetrators of these acts are comparatively enlightened, rather than perpetuating the old use of sexual violence against men in armed conflicts, and the concurrent bigoted dynamics of emasculation, feminization, and/or homosexualization as an insult. I'm going to see what this article for the old use of sexual violence against men. European Journal of International Law. Sexual Violence Against Men in Armed Conflict by Sandesh Sivakumaran. Published 1st of April 2007. I'm going to read the abstract. I'm not going to read this whole thing, obviously, because that's a whole article on its own. Abstract. Reports of sexual violence by men against men emerge from numerous conflicts, ranging in time from ancient Persia and the Crusades to the conflicts in Iraq and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Despite these accounts, relatively little material exists on the subject, and the issue tends to be relegated to a footnote. This article ascertains the extent to which male sexual violence is committed in armed conflict. It considers factors that explain underreporting by victims and lack of detection on the part of others. The particular forms of male sexual violence are also examined, namely rape, enforced sterilization, and other forms of sexual violence, including enforced nudity, enforced masturbation, and genital violence. The dynamics present in these offenses are explored, with issues of power and dominance expressed through emasculation considered. Thus, attention is paid to ideas of feminization, homosexualization, and the prevention of procreation. The symbolic construction of male and female bodies in armed conflict is also explored. Okay, crunch that. Crunch this one too. Okay. End of descriptions of sexual assault, torture, and queerphobia. To revisit puer, the paradox at the heart of such an Orientalist notion of sexuality is reanimated through the objectification of the Muslim terrorist as a torture object, who is both sexually conservative, modest, and fearful of nudity. And it is interesting how this conceptualization is rendered both sympathetically and as a problem, as well as queer, animalistic, barbarian, and unable to control his or her urges, but having an innate, quote, indecency waiting to be released. In Brothers and Others in Arms, The Making of Love and War, in Israeli combat units, Danny Kaplan argues that this sexualization is neither tangential nor incidental to the project of conquest, but rather is central to it. The eroticization of enemy targets triggers the objectification process. Not only are homophobia and transphobia weaponized against Palestinians in such a manner by the magical rainbow state of Israel, it ends up leaving queer Palestinians vulnerable to the ramifications of queerness being associated with collaboration. As Al-Qas has written, quote, "This pervasive linking of non-normative sexuality and Palestinian collaboration has become a term and identity of its own in the Palestinian imaginary and reality, Iskat. This false connection with Israel and collaboration associates queer people with treason, dishonesty, untrustworthiness, and fraudulence, and therefore works to substantiate a very specific kind of homophobic fear within Palestine." Wow. So there is a notion that if you're a gay, you are Israel sympathetic, because gay is Western and Israel is Western? I guess. The use of homophobia and queerphobia as a cudgel on behalf of Israel is certainly not conducive to queer liberation and is an abhorrent practice. It also must be contextualized in the overarching repression and oppression all Palestinians face, with Palestinians regularly extorted for a variety of reasons, from needing healthcare to wishing to hide marital infidelity to wanting to marry and live with a Palestinian with a differently colored ID card. Whatever individual experiences Palestinians have are shaped by the oppressive hold of Zionism. Solidarity, not pink apartheid. Through pinkwashing, Palestinians are reduced to either being a victim of internal Palestinian homophobia in need of saving, or to a violent perpetrator of homophobia among Palestinians and terrorism against Israelis. They are forced to walk a tightrope between having queerphobia exploited by Israel as carte blanche for their own dispossession, and the ways in which Zionist colonialism shapes the queerphobia they face within their own communities. What is needed is dedication to ending all forms of oppression against Palestinians. Queer Palestinian organizers are calling for the promotion of Palestinian LGBTQ rights, to be done in a way that challenges the appropriation and weaponization of that cause by Israeli organizations, and instead engages first and foremost with Palestinians, rather than perpetuating the erasure of Palestinians inherent to Zionism. Okay, that was the end of that one. I have further reading at the bottom. Okay, crunch. How long has it been? And only an hour and a half. I think I'm not gonna make it. I think I'm gonna crunch. Okay, let's scroll up to the top of this. It's book reading time. Yucked up, I know. I'll make that a little smaller. Might want to zoom this in a little. Whoa. Let me see how big the words are if it's like zoomed that far. That. I don't remember how far I had it zoomed in before on the other readings. Let me see. Okay, that's zoomed in a couple zooms. Is that readable at like 480p? And by readable, I mean that you don't have to squint. Let's bring it to the back up. I'm gonna look at the title page. Booty! Fucked up. Edward W. Said, Orientalism. But it's moderately crunchy, but you're able to read it? Alright, well, I'll zoom it in one more time. Copyright 1978. Damn Daniel. And I'm gonna have to scrunch that guy up on the side. Even more than thought possible. So small. Okay, I guess that's fine. Could shift those over a bit, actually. Fucked up. Gonna make permanent and fucked up changes to the thing here. I don't want to move it too much because I know the tail is going to block it a bit. Oh my god. Crunch. For Janet and Ibrahim. Contents. Let's see. This is the thing I snipped and cut out on the side. Acknowledgements introduction. Chapter 1, the scope of Orientalism. Knowing the Oriental. Imaginative geography and its representations. Orientalizing the Oriental. Projects, crisis. Chapter 2, Orientalist structures and restructures. Oh, I should probably change the top text too, huh? I'll say... Oh, it's kind of long. We'll do C1. And then this would be... Well, we're actually in the table of contents right now, but we'll just leave it as the first one. And then I'll just have to make sure that I don't cover up too much at the top. Okay. Chapter 2, Orientalist structures and restructures. I'm not going to read the whole bits in between. Redrawn frontiers, redefined issues, secularized religion. Chapter 3, Orientalism Now. Latent and Manifest Orientalism. Style, expertise, vision, Oh, okay. So there's 3 main chapters, and then the sub-chapters is like 4 each. So there's about 12 chapters total. Acknowledgements. I've been reading about Orientalism for a number of years, but most of this book was written during 1975 to 1976, which I spent as a fellow. Just for sillies, I'm going to do a thing where I change the category to blank for a moment, and then I put it back on just chatting, so I can easily tell where the book reading started. The book. I've been reading about Orientalism for a number of years, but most of this book was written during 1975 to 1976, which I spent as a fellow at the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences, Stanford, California. In this unique and generous institution, it was my good fortune not only to have benefited agreeably from several colleagues, but also from the help of Joan Vormbrunn, Chris Hoth, Jane Kielsmeyer, Preston Cutler, and the center's director, Garden Lindsay. The list of friends, colleagues, and students who read or listened to parts or the whole of this manuscript is so long as to embarrass me, and now that it has finally appeared as a book, perhaps even them. Nevertheless, I should mention with gratitude the always helpful encouragement of Janet and Ibrahim Abu Lugad, Noam Chomsky, and Roger Owen, who followed this project from its beginning to its conclusion. Likewise, I must gratefully acknowledge the helpful and critical interest of the colleagues, friends, and students in various places, whose questions and discussion sharpened the text considerably. André Schifrin and Jean Morton of Pantheon Books were ideal publisher and copy editor, respectively, and made the ordeal, for the author at least, of preparing the manuscript an instructive and genuinely intelligent process. Mariam Said helped me a great deal with her research on the early modern history of Orientalist institutions. Apart from that, though, her loving support really made much of the work on this book not only enjoyable, but possible. EWS. French. Oh, here's some quotes. They cannot represent themselves. They must be represented. Karl Marx, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. The East is a career. Benjamin Disraeli. Tancred. Introduction. Nummer 1. Well, okay, let me change this text again. Let's say introduction. I don't think this is the first chapter or anything. Let's get this track. Crimbus destroyed. Let's get this one too. Oh god, kitty cat. Kitty cat, you're here to distract me? Okay. Introduction. On a visit to Beirut during the terrible civil war of 1975 to 76, a French journalist wrote regretfully of the gutted downtown area that, quote, it had once seemed to belong to the Orient of Chateaubriand and Nerval. He was right about the place, of course, especially so far as a European was concerned. The Orient was almost a European invention, and had been, since antiquity, a place of romance, exotic beings, haunting memories and landscapes, remarkable experiences. Now it was disappearing. In a sense, it had happened. Its time was over. Perhaps it seemed irrelevant that Orientals themselves had something at stake in the process. That even in the time of Chateaubriand and Nerval, Orientals had lived there, and that now it was they who were suffering. The main thing for the European visitor was a European representation of the Orient and its contemporary fate. Cat. Both of which had a privileged communal significance for the journalist and his French readers. Let me see what that footnote says. Is it footnote? Where is footnote? Oh, well, I guess footnote is destroyed forever. Whatever, that's fine. I guess I won't be... Maybe it's just citations. Something. Americans will not feel quite the same about the Orient, which for them is much more likely to be associated very differently with the Far East, China and Japan mainly. Unlike the Americans, the French and the British, less so the Germans, Russians, Spanish, Portuguese, Italians, and Swiss. The French and the British have had long tradition of what I shall be calling Orientalism, a way of coming to terms with the Orient that is based on the Orient's special place in European Western experience. The Orient is not only adjacent to Europe, it is also the place of Europe's greatest and richest and oldest colonies, the source of its civilizations and languages, its cultural contestant, and one of its deepest and most recurring images of the other. Oh, like the Ottoman Empire, perchance? It's probably one example. We're probably going to hear about the Ottoman Empire, maybe, a little bit. Oh my god, he just clicked my mouse, walked past it, and stabbed it with his foot. He didn't stab it, he just bonked it. My head already hurting a little bit. Kind of fucked up. Is it gonna take 3 sessions to read this book? Or we're gonna perish. One of its deepest and most recurring images of the other. In addition, the Orient has helped to define Europe, or the West, as its contrasting image, idea, personality, experience. Yet, none of this Orient is merely imaginative. The Orient is an integral part of European material civilization and culture. French. Okay, missing out here. I'll have to watch VOD later. You can throw Marvel in if you want. Poke you. Oh, okay. Wow. Stream to stream communication fucked up. Oh my god, Nekio just did nodders at me, so fucked up. Okay, okay. Let's see, the Orient is an integral part of European material civilization and culture. Orientalism expresses and represents that part culturally and even ideologically as a mode of discourse with supporting institutions, vocabulary, scholarship, imagery, doctrines, even colonial bureaucracies and colonial styles. I'm gonna have to skim over that again. It'll probably be explained later. I'll just assume it's going to be explained later. A mode of discourse that has supporting framework of an entire shebang. In contrast, the American understanding of the Orient will seem considerably less dense, although our recent Japanese, Korean, and Indo-Chinese adventures ought now to be creating a more sober, more realistic, quote, Oriental awareness. Moreover, the vastly expanded American political and economic role in the Near East, the Middle East, makes great claims on our understanding of that Orient. It'll be clear to the reader, and will become clearer still through the many pages that follow, that by Orientalism I mean several things, all of them, in my opinion, interdependent. The most readily accepted designation for Orientalism is an academic one, and indeed, the label still serves in a number of academic institutions. Anyone who teaches, writes about, or researches the Orient, and this applies whether the person is an anthropologist, sociologist, historian, or philologist, either in its specific or its general aspects, is an Orientalist, and what he or she does is Orientalism. Compared with Oriental studies or area studies, it is true that the term Orientalism is less preferred by specialists today, both because it is too vague in general, and because it connotes the high-handed executive attitude of 19th century and early 20th century European colonialism. Nevertheless, Books are written and congresses held with the Orient as their main focus, with the Orientalist in his new or old guise as their main authority. The point is that even if it does not survive as it once did, Orientalism lives on academically through its doctrines and theses about the Orient and the Oriental. Maybe I'll just adjust these headphones a bit so I can't hear my music. Or I'll just get them around my neck. Related to this academic tradition, whose fortunes, transmigrations, specializations, and transmissions are in part the subject of this study. Related to this academic tradition, whose blah 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 is a more general meaning for Orientalism. Orientalism is a style of thought based upon an ontological and epistemological distinction made between, quote, the Orient and, most of the time, quote, the Occident. That's the West. Thus, a very large mass of writers, among whom are poets, novelists, philosophers, political theorists, economists, and imperial administrators, have accepted the basic distinction between East and West as the starting point for elaborate theories, epics, novels, social descriptions, and political accounts concerning the Orient, its people, customs, mind, destiny, and so on. This Orientalism can accommodate Aeschylus, say, and Victor Hugo, Dante, and Karl Marx. A little later in this introduction, I shall deal with the methodological problems one encounters in so broadly construed a field as this. The interchange between the academic and the more or less imaginative meanings of Orientalism is a constant one, and since the late 18th century there has been a considerable, quite disciplined, perhaps even regulated, traffic between the two. Here I come to the third meaning of Orientalism, which is something more historically and materially defined than either of the other two. Taking the late 18th century as a very roughly defined starting point, Orientalism can be discussed and analyzed as the corporate institution for dealing with the Orient, dealing with it by making statements about it, authorizing views of it, describing it, by teaching it, settling it, ruling over it. In short, Orientalism as a Western style for dominating, restructuring, and having authority over the Orient. I have found it useful here to employ Michael Foucault's notion of a discourse, as described by him in The Archaeology of Knowledge and in Discipline and Punish, to identify Orientalism. My contention is that without examining Orientalism as a discourse, one cannot possibly understand the enormously systematic discipline by which European culture was able to manage and even produce the Orient politically, sociologically, militarily, ideologically, scientifically, and imaginatively during the post-Enlightenment period. He likes... I don't know. It's a bit wordy. But I guess that's what books are full of words. Fucked up, really. See, post-Enlightenment period. Moreover, so authoritative a position did Orientalism have that I believe no one writing, thinking, or acting on the Orient could do so without taking account of the limitations on thought and action imposed by Orientalism. In brief, because of Orientalism, the Orient was not, and is not, a free subject of thought or action. This is not to say that Orientalism unilaterally determines what can be said about the Orient, but that it is the whole network of interests inevitably brought to bear on, and therefore always involved in, any occasion when that peculiar entity, the Orient, is in question. How this happens is what this book tries to demonstrate. It also tries to show that European... someone underlined this in this scan. It also tries to show that European culture gained in strength and identity by setting itself... It also tries to show that European culture gained in strength and identity by setting itself off against the Orient as a sort of surrogate and even underground self. Historically and culturally, there is a quantitative as well as a qualitative difference between the Franco-British involvement in in the Orient, and, until the period of American ascendancy after World War II, the involvement of every other European and Atlantic power. To speak of Orientalism, therefore, is to speak mainly, although not exclusively, of a British and French cultural enterprise, a project whose dimensions take in such disparate realms as the imagination itself, the whole of India and the Levant, the biblical texts and the biblical lands, the spice trade, colonial armies and a long tradition of colonial administrators, a formidable scholarly corpus, innumerable Oriental experts and hands, an Oriental professorate, a complex array of Oriental ideas, Oriental despotism, Oriental splendor, cruelty, sensuality, many Eastern sects, philosophies, and wisdoms domesticated for local European use. The list can be extended more or less indefinitely. My point is that Orientalism derives from a particular closeness experienced between Britain and France and the Orient, which, until the early 19th century, had really meant only India and the Bible lands. I guess the Bible lands means the Near East. West Asia. Crunch. From the beginning of the 19th century until the end of World War II, France and Britain dominated the Orient and Orientalism. Since World War II, America has dominated the Orient and approaches it as France and Britain once did. Out of that closeness, whose dynamic is enormously productive, even if it always demonstrates the comparatively greater strength of the Occident, British, French, or American, comes the large body of texts I call Orientalist. It should be said at once that even with the generous number of books and authors that I examine, there is a much larger number that I simply have had to leave out. Our argument, however, depends neither upon an exhaustive catalog of texts dealing with the Orient, nor upon a clearly delimited set of texts, authors, and ideas that together make up the Orientalist canon. I have depended instead upon a different methodological alternative, whose backbone, in a sense, is the set of historical generalizations I have so far been making in this introduction, and it is these I want now to discuss in more analytical detail. Introduction 2. I have begun with the assumption that the Orient is not an inert fact of nature. It is not merely there, just as the Occident itself is not just there either. You must take seriously Vico's great observation that men make their own history, that what they can know is what they have made, and extend it to geography, as both geographical and cultural entities, to say nothing of historical entities. Such locales, regions, geographical sectors as Orient and Occident are man-made. Therefore, as much as the West itself, the Orient is an idea that has a history and a tradition of thought, imagery, and vocabulary that have given it reality and presence in and for the West. The two geographical entities thus support and to an extent reflect each other. Having said that, one must go on to state a number of reasonable qualifications. In the first place, it would be wrong to conclude that the Orient was essentially an idea, or a creation with no corresponding reality. When Disraeli said in his novel Tancred that the East was a career, he meant that to be interested in the East was something bright young Westerners would find to be an all-consuming passion. He should not be interpreted as saying that the East was only a career for Westerners. There were, and are, cultures and nations whose location is in the East, and their lives, histories, and customs have a brute reality obviously greater than anything that could be said about them in the West. About that fact, this study of Orientalism has very little to contribute, except to acknowledge it tacitly. But the phenomenon of Orientalism, as I study it here, deals principally not with a correspondence between Orientalism and Orient, but with the internal consistency of Orientalism and its ideas about the Orient, the East as career, despite or beyond any correspondence or lack thereof with a, quote, real Orient. My point is that Disraeli's statement about the East refers mainly to that created consistency, that regular constellation of ideas, as the preeminent thing about the Orient, and not to its mere being, as Wallace Stevens' phrase has it. A second qualification is that ideas, cultures, and histories cannot seriously be understood or studied without their force, or more precisely, their configurations of power, also being studied. To believe that the Orient was created, or as I call it, Orientalized. Oh my god. Sorry, distraction. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay. Cannot seriously be understood or studied without their force, or more precisely their configurations of power, also being studied. To believe that the Orient was created, or as I call it, Orientalized, and to believe that such things happen simply as a necessity of the imagination, is to be disingenuous. The relationship between Occident and Orient is a relationship of power, of domination, of varying degrees of a complex hegemony, and is quite accurately indicated in the title of K.M. Panikar's classic, Asia and Western Dominance. The Orient was Orientalized not only because it was discovered to be Oriental, in all those ways considered commonplace by an average 19th century European, but also because it could be, that is, submitted to being, made Oriental. There is very little consent to be found, for example, in the fact that Flaubert's encounter with an Egyptian courtesan produced a widely influential model of the Oriental woman. She never spoke of herself. She never represented her emotions, presence, or history. He spoke for her and represented her. He was foreign, comparatively wealthy. Male, and these were historical facts of domination that allowed him not only to possess Küçük Hanım physically, but to speak for her and tell his readers in what way she was, quote, typically Oriental. My argument is that Flaubert's situation of strength in relation to Küçük Hanım was not an isolated instance. It fairly stands for the pattern of relative strength between East and West, and the discourse about the Orient that it enabled. This brings us to a third qualification. One ought never to assume that the structure of Orientalism is nothing more than a structure of lies or of myths, which, were the truth about them to be told, would simply blow away. I myself believe that Orientalism is more particularly valuable as a sign of European Atlantic power over the Orient than it is as a veridic discourse about the Orient, which is what, in its academic or scholarly form, it claims to be. Veridic? Veridic? What does veridic mean? Truthful, veracious. Oh, veracious like veracity, not voracious like vor. Ah, okay. Corresponding to facts, not illusory, real, actual, genuine. It is not a veridic discourse. Krill him. Oh, apropos of nothing. I saw this on my YouTube Rex recently, and by recently I mean literally today, and this kind of annoyed me. I told YouTube to never recommend me this channel because it fucking... They just got some casual racism in the thumbnail here. Asian people are not monkeys. Please stop that. I'm gonna krill you. The title is YouTubers who sold themselves to China, and then the thumbnail has a white dude in a backwards cap, and it says white monkeys next to him, and I think it's a common... Okay, well, white people they just call everyone monkey. They call everyone different kinds of simian, but for Asian people, I guess just calling them... Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. And then I died. Yeah, so I told that channel to eat shit. No. But yeah, I clicked the little thing in the corner and I told it to go away. Forever. Dunking on China is easy grifter points. I mean, easy. Yeah. Okay. Where was I? Right here. Verdict discourse. Oh my god. European Atlantic power over the Orient instead of truthful discourse. Okay. Nevertheless, what we must respect and try to grasp is the sheer knitted together strength of Orientalist discourse. Oh, I'm distracted again. Hold on, let me not look at distractions. The sheer knitted together strength of Orientalist discourse, its very close ties to the enabling socioeconomic and political institutions, and its redoubtable durability. Redoubtable? I've never heard that phrased exactly like that. After all, any system of ideas that can remain unchanged as teachable wisdom in academics, or in academies, books, congresses, universities, foreign service institutes, from the period of earnest renown in the late 1840s until the present in the United States, must be something more formidable than a mere collection of lies. Orientalism, therefore, is not an airy European fantasy about the Orient, but a created body of theory and practice in which, for many generations, there has been a okay, well, I guess I can let the rest of this track probably, but that's fine. It's not an airy European fantasy about the Orient, but a created body of theory and practice in which, for many generations, there has been a considerable material investment. Continued investment made Orientalism, as a system of knowledge about the Orient, an accepted grid for filtering through the Orient into Western consciousness, just as that same investment multiplied, indeed made truly productive, the statements proliferating out from Orientalism into the general culture. Gramsci has made the useful analytic distinction between civil and political society, in which the former is made up of voluntary, or at least rational and non-coercive, affiliations like schools, families, and unions. The latter, of state institutions, the army, the police, the central bureaucracy, whose role in the polity is direct domination. Culture, of course, is to be found operating within civil society, where the influence of ideas, of institutions, and of other persons works not through domination, but what by Gramsci calls consent. In any society not totalitarian, then, certain cultural forms predominate over others, just as certain ideas are more influential than others. The form of this cultural leadership is what Gramsci has identified as hegemony. Okay, yeah, I think that's how you pronounce it. Hegemony, not hegemony. But I guess I could say it either way. An indispensable concept for any understanding of cultural life in the industrial West. It is hegemony, or rather the result of cultural hegemony at work, that gives Orientalism the durability and the strength I have been speaking about so far. That's another book I probably should read about. Gramsci. And I'm pretty sure he has a book. Probably, of course, everyone's got a book. They've got at least 5 of them. But Gramsci talking about Western cultural hegemony. Brunch. Say it ain't so. Okay. Orientalism is never far from what Denis Hay has called the idea of Europe. A collective notion identifying us Europeans as against all those non-Europeans. And indeed, it can be argued that the major component in European culture is precisely what made that culture hegemonic both in and outside Europe. The idea of European identity as a superior one in comparison with all the non-European peoples and cultures. There is, in addition, the hegemony of European ideas about the Orient, themselves reiterating European superiority over Oriental backwardness, usually overriding the possibility that a more independent or more skeptical thinker might have had different views on the matter. In a quite constant way, Orientalism depends for its strategy on this flexible, positional superiority, which puts the Westerner in a whole series of possible relationships with the Orient without ever losing him the relative upper hand. And why should it have been otherwise, especially during the period of extraordinary European ascendancy from the late Renaissance to the present? The scientist, the scholar, the missionary, the trader, or the soldier was in or thought about the Orient because he could be there, or could think about it, with very little resistance on the Orient's part. Under the general heading of knowledge of the Orient, and within the umbrella of Western hegemony over the Orient. Oh, if you don't know what hegemony means, it means like a uniform mass of domination or something. Something like that. I'll look it up for you. Right? Meow. Oh my god, am I saying it? Well, it shows two pronunciations there. Leadership or dominance, especially by one country or social group over others. Their example is Germany was united under Prussian hegemony after 1871. Under the general heading of knowledge of the Orient, and within the umbrella of Western hegemony over the Orient, during the period from the end of the 18th century, there emerged a complex Orient suitable for study in the Academy, for display in the museum, for reconstruction in the Colonial Office, for theoretical illustration in anthropological, biological, linguistic, racial, and historical theses about mankind and the universe, for instances of economic and sociological theories of development, revolution. I'm gonna skip this track. Control that guy. Wow, so there you go. There's some Oriental music. Fucked up. I'm gonna skip that one too. Kill that guy. What was that track for? Pullum Purna and Street Fighter EX. Fucked up. For instances of economic and sociological theories of development, revolution, cultural, personality, national or religious character. What was that? That was complex Orient suitable for da 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 da. Additionally, the imaginative examination of things Oriental was based more or less exclusively upon a sovereign Western consciousness, out of whose unchallenged centrality an Oriental world emerged. First according to general ideas about who or what was an Oriental, then according to a detailed logic governed not simply by empirical reality, but by a battery of desires, repressions, investments, and projections. If we can point to great Orientalist works of genuine scholarship like Sylvester de Sacy's Christomathie Arabe, or Edward William Lane's account of the manners and customs of the modern Egyptians, we need also to note that Renan's and Gobineau's racial ideas came out of the same impulse, as did a great many Victorian pornographic novels. See the analysis by Stephen Marcus of The Lustful Turk. And yet, one must repeatedly ask oneself whether what matters in Orientalism is the general group of ideas overriding the mass of material, about which who could deny that they were shot through with doctrines of European superiority, various kinds of racism, imperialism, and the like, dogmatic views of the Oriental as a kind of ideal and unchanging abstraction, or the much more varied work produced by almost uncountable individual writers, whom one would take up as individual instances of authors dealing with the Orient. Okay, that was saying one must ask whether it's the general group of ideas that matters or the individual crunch. In a sense, the two alternatives, general and particular, are really two perspectives on the same material. In both instances, one would have to deal with pioneers in the field like William Jones, with great artists like Nerval or Flaubert. And why would it not be possible to employ both perspectives together, or one after the other? Isn't there an obvious danger of distortion? Of precisely the kind that academic Orientalism has always been prone to, if either too general or too specific a level of description is maintained systematically? My two fears are distortion and inaccuracy, or rather, the kind of inaccuracy produced by too dogmatic a generality and too positivistic a localized focus. In trying to deal with these problems, I have tried to deal with three main aspects of my own contemporary reality that seem to me to point the way out of the methodological or perspectival difficulties I have been discussing. Difficulties that might force one, in the first instance, into writing a coarse polemic on so What is a polemic? I have to look this up again. Mamma mia. Polemic. A speech or piece of writing expressing a strongly critical attack on or controversial opinion about someone or something. Oh, okay, it's a hot take. Right. Word replace polemic with hot take. Difficulties that might force one, in the first instance, into writing a coarse but hot take on so unacceptably general a level of description as not to be worth the effort. Or, in the second case, into writing so detailed and atomistic a series of analyses as to lose all track of the general lines of force informing the field, giving it its special cogency. How then to recognize individuality and to reconcile it with its intelligent, and by no means passive or merely dictatorial, general and hegemonic contexts? Historical record of hot takes? Wow. I'm gonna go on Twitter and make a polemic. Okay. Introduction, number 3. Excuse me. Water. Excuse me again. I mentioned 3 aspects of my contemporary reality. I must explain and briefly discuss them now, so that it can be seen how I was led to a particular course of research and writing. 1. The distinction between pure and political knowledge. It is very easy to argue that knowledge about Shakespeare or Wordsworth is not political, whereas knowledge about contemporary China or the Soviet Union is. My own formal and professional designation is that of, quote, humanist, a title which indicates the humanities as my field, and therefore the unlikely eventuality that there might be anything political about what I do in that field. Of course, all these labels and terms are quite unnuanced as I use them here, but the general truth of what I am pointing to is, I think, widely held. One reason for saying that a humanist who writes about Wordsworth, or an editor whose specialty is Keats, is not involved in anything political is that what he does seems to have no direct political effect upon reality in the everyday sense. A scholar whose field is Soviet economics works in a highly charged area where there is much government interest, and what he might produce in the way of studies or proposals will be taken up by policymakers, government officials, institutional economists, intelligence experts. This was written when the Soviet Union was still around, I think. I need to look up again. When did the Soviet Union disintegrate? Soviet Union, date of dissolution, 1991, December 25th. December 25th on Christmas? Wow, that's really fucked up. Explodes and dies. Okay. December 25th is Christmas, right? Monday. Crisis is arriving to your door shortly? Wowza. Unhappy USSR dissolution anniversary day. No, okay. The distinction between humanists and persons whose work has policy implications or political significance can be broadened further by saying that the former's ideological color is a matter of incidental importance to politics, although possibly of great moment to his colleagues in the field, who may object to his Stalinism or fascism or too easy liberalism. Whereas the ideology of the latter is woven directly into his material. Indeed, economics, politics, and sociology in the modern academy are ideological sciences, and therefore are taken for granted as being political. I'm gonna close my door. Someone's visiting. I think the voice will be able to be heard, but whatever. Left it open slightly so the Kit Kat could sneak out. Nevertheless, the determining impingement on most knowledge produced in the contemporary West, and here I speak mainly about the United States, is that it be non-political, that is, scholarly, academic, impartial, above partisan or small-minded doctrinal belief. Wowee. He didn't even say the word objective. Objectively. Your dick is objectively small. No. One can have no quarrel with such an ambition in theory, perhaps, but in practice, the reality is much more problematic. No one has ever devised a method for detaching the scholar from the circumstances of life, from the fact of his involvement, conscious or unconscious, with a class, a set of beliefs, a social position, or from the mere activity of being a member of a society. Oh my god, we live in a... Sorry. These continue to bear on what he does professionally, even though, naturally enough, his research and its fruits do attempt to reach a level of relative freedom from the inhibitions and the restrictions of brute everyday reality. For there is such a thing as knowledge that is less, rather than more, partial than the individual, with his entangling and distracting life circumstances. More partial than the individual who produces it. Yet, this knowledge is not, therefore, automatically non-political. Whether discussions of literature or of classic philology are fraught with, or have unmediated, political significance, is a very large question that I have tried to treat in some detail elsewhere. What I am interested in doing now is suggesting how the general liberal consensus that true knowledge is fundamentally non-political, and conversely that overtly political knowledge is not true knowledge, obscures the highly, if obscurely organized political circumstances obtaining when knowledge is produced. No one is helped in understanding this today when the adjective political is used as a label to discredit any work for daring to violate the protocol of pretended supra-political objectivity. We may say, first, that civil society recognizes a gradation of political importance in the various fields of knowledge. To some extent, the political importance given a field comes from the possibility of its direct translation into economic terms. Oops. But to a greater extent, political importance comes from the closeness of a field to ascertainable sources of power in political society. Thus, an economic study of long-term Soviet energy potential and its effect on military capability is likely to be commissioned by the Defense Department, and thereafter to acquire a kind of political status impossible for a study of Tolstoy's early fiction financed in part by Foundation. Yet, both works belong in what civil society acknowledges to be a similar field, Russian studies, even though one work may be done by a very conservative economist, the other by a radical literary historian. My point here is that Russia, as a general subject matter, has political priority over nicer distinctions such as economics and literary history, because political society in Gramsci's sense reaches into such realms of civil society as the academy and saturates them with significance of direct concern to it. I do not want to press all this any further on general theoretical grounds. It seems to me that the value and credibility of my case can be demonstrated. What the hell? The fucking tablet monitor just cut off for a moment. Although it still was showing on the OBS view. Let's see. It seems to me that the value and credibility of my case can be demonstrated by being much more specific. In the way, for example, Noam Chomsky has studied the instrumental connection between the Vietnam War and the notion of objective scholarship as it was applied to cover state-sponsored military research. Now, because Britain, France, and recently the US are imperial powers, their political societies impart to their civil societies a sense of urgency. A direct political infusion, as it were, where and whenever matters pertaining to their imperial interests abroad are concerned. I doubt that it is controversial, for example, to say that an Englishman in India or Egypt in the later 19th century took an interest in those countries that was never far from their status in his mind as British colonies. To say this may seem quite different from saying that all academic knowledge about India and Egypt is somehow tinged and impressed with, violated by, the gross political fact, and yet that is what I am saying in this study of Orientalism. For if it is true that no production of knowledge in the human sciences can ever ignore or disclaim its author's involvement as a human subject in his own circumstances, then it must also be true that for a European or American studying the Orient, there can be no disclaiming the main circumstances of his actuality, that he comes up against the Orient as a European or American first, as an individual second. And to be a European or an American in such a situation is by no means an inert fact. It meant and means being aware, however dimly, that one belongs to a power with definite interests in the Orient, and, more important, that one belongs to a part of the earth with a definite history of involvement in the Orient, almost since the time of Homer. The Epic of Homer, not Homer Simpson. Put in this way, these political actualities are still too undefined and general to be really interesting. Anyone would agree to them without necessarily agreeing also that they mattered very much. For instance, to Flaubert, as he wrote Salammbô, or to H.A.R. Gibb, as he wrote Modern Trends in Islam. The trouble is that there is too great a distance between the big dominating fact, as I have described it, and the details of everyday life that govern the minute discipline of a novel or a scholarly text as each is being written. Yet, if we eliminate from the start any notion that big facts like imperial domination can be applied mechanically and deterministically to such complex matters as culture and ideas, then we will begin to approach an interesting kind of study. My idea is that European and then American interest in the Orient was political according to some of the obvious historical accounts of it that I have given here, but that it was the culture that created that interest, that acted dynamically along with brute political, economic, and military rationales to make the Orient the varied and complicated place that it obviously was in the field I call Orientalism. Therefore, Orientalism is not a mere political subject matter or field that is reflected passively by culture, scholarship, or institutions. Oh, hello, Lemonade. Hold on, let me get you the big wave. Hello, welcome to here. We're reading, it says it on the bottom, we're reading Orientalism by Edward Said. It's about something. No, it's about how the West has interpreted, quote unquote, the East with its relationship of being a more powerful entity over it or something like that, and historically and to the present. How's it going? It's going all right. My throat is a little crispy because I've already been reading another thing for a while. Also, this book's 378 pages according to the PDF number, so I'm not gonna finish it tonight. Oh, thanks for the water. I literally just slurped a bit just then, but I'll drink another, like, 5 milliliters. Okay. Okay. Therefore, I don't know, what was this pressed bit? Whatever, I'm just gonna keep reading. Therefore, Orientalism is not a mere political subject matter or field that is reflected passively by culture, scholarship, or institutions. Nor is it a large and diffuse collection of texts about the Orient, nor is it representative and expressive of some nefarious Western imperial plot to hold down the Oriental world. It is rather a distribution of geopolitical awareness into aesthetic, scholarly, economic, sociological, historical, and philological texts. It is an elaboration not only of a basic geographical distinction. The world is made up of two unequal halves, Orient and Occident. But also of a whole series of interests, which, by such means as scholarly discovery, philological reconstruction, psychological analysis, landscape, and sociological description, it not only creates but also maintains. It is, rather than expresses, a certain will or intention to understand, in some cases to control, manipulate, even to incorporate. What is a manifestly different or alternative and novel world? To be honest, I'm a little confuzzled by this bit, but okay, I'll crunch. It is, above all, a discourse that is by no means in direct corresponding relationship with political power in the raw, but rather is produced and exists in an uneven exchange with various kinds of power, shaped to a degree by the exchange with power political, as with a colonial or imperial establishment, power intellectual, as with reigning sciences like comparative linguistics or anatomy, or any of the modern policy sciences. Whoa, why does the text look like that? Power cultural, as with orthodoxies and canons of tastes, texts, values. Power moral, as with ideas about what we do and what they cannot do or understand as we do. Oh, right. The previous bit, up a paragraph or two, they were talking about, I'm gonna highlight this so I can come back to it and not forget where I was. I forgot actually what I was thinking about. The thoughts are lacking today, fucked up. Indeed, my real argument is that it's talking about, further up, they're talking about political and non-political stuff and how it really just relates to how it affects the systems of power or something like that. Crunch, okay. Indeed, my real argument is that Orientalism is, and does not simply represent a considerable dimension of modern political intellectual culture, and as such has less to do with the Orient than it does with our world. That means the West, Occident, Americans, and Brits, I guess. Excuse me. Because Orientalism is a cultural and a political fact, then it does not exist in some archival vacuum. Quite the contrary. I think it can be shown that what is thought, said, or even done about the Orient follows, perhaps occurs within, certain distinct and intellectually noble lines. Here, too, a considerable degree of nuance and elaboration can be seen working as between the broad superstructural pressures and the details of composition, the facts of textuality. Superstructure, base, and superstructure, is that some Karl Marx krill violence? Superstructure and base, Marx. Base and superstructure. Or maybe it's just coincidental. A superstructure is a thing that it builds on top of a base. Structure on top of the other one. Base refers to the mode of production. Superstructure refers to society's other relationships, like culture, institutions, roles, rituals, religion, media, and state. Base affects superstructure, and superstructure affects base. Okay, crunch. Okay, here too, a considerable degree of nuance and elaboration can be seen working as between the broad superstructural pressures and the details of composition, the facts of textuality. Most humanistic scholars are, I think, perfectly happy with the notion that texts exist in contexts, that there is such a thing as intertextuality, that the pressures of conventions, predecessors, and rhetorical styles limit what Walter Benjamin once called the, quote, overtaxing of the productive person in the name of the principle of creativity, in which the poet is believed on his end quote, in which the poet is believed on his own and out of his pure mind to have brought forth his work. Yet there is a reluctance to allow that political, institutional, and ideological constraints act in the same manner on the individual author. A humanist will believe it to be an interesting fact to any interpreter of Balzac. Any interpreter of Balzac, that he was influenced in the Comédie Humaine by the conflict between Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire and Cuvier. I don't know who those names are. The Cuvier-Geoffroy debate of 1830 was a scientific debate between the two French naturalists. Debate centered primarily on animal structure. animal structure determined by an organism's functional needs versus animal structures or modified forms of one unified plan. Wowza, is that creationism versus evolutionary skidoodle? Balzac, aha. Yes. Wowza, what an unfortunate name. Okay. See, humanists will believe it to be an interesting fact to any interpreter of Balzac that he was influenced in the Comédie Humaine by the conflict between Geoffroy Saint Hilaire and Cuvier. But the same sort of pressure on Balzac of deeply reactionary monarchism is felt in some vague way to demean his literary genius and therefore to be less worth serious study. Similarly, as Harry Bracken has been tirelessly showing, philosophers will conduct their discussions of Locke, Hume, and empiricism without ever taking into account that there is an explicit connection in these classic writers between their philosophic doctrines and racial theory, justifications of slavery, or arguments for colonial exploitation. These are common enough ways by which contemporary scholarship keeps itself pure. Perhaps it is true that most attempts to rub culture's nose in the mud of politics have been crudely iconoclastic. Making me look up words again. Iconoclastic. Characterized by attack on cherished beliefs or institutions. Perhaps also the social interpretation of literature in my own field has simply not kept up with the enormous technical advances in detailed textual analysis. There is no getting away from the fact that literary studies in general, and American Marxist theorists in particular, have avoided the effort of seriously bridging the gap between the superstructural and the base levels in textual historical scholarship. On another occasion, I have gone so far as to say that the literary cultural establishment as a whole has declared the serious study of imperialism and culture off limits. I think this is referring, well, I don't know how much this applies 50 years from now, because this was written in, was it 76? But surely it applied more back then. For Orientalism brings one up directly against that question. That is, to realizing that political imperialism governs an entire field of study, imagination, and scholarly institutions in such a way as to make its avoidance an intellectual and historical impossibility. Yet, there will always remain the perennial escape mechanism of saying that a literary scholar and a philosopher, for example, are trained in literature and philosophy respectively, not in politics or ideological analysis. In other words, the specialist argument can work quite effectively to block the larger, and in my opinion, the more intellectually serious perspective. Here it seems to me, there is a simple two-part answer to be given. Think you've heard the part you just read, quoted out of context before? Oh, which part? Part about American Marxists not bridging the base and superstructure gap, or the one about avoiding political or ideologicalness by saying you're a specialist. Rubbing culture's nose in the mud of politics, crunch. Yeah, I think this is a thing I have seen a couple instances talking about before, where American Marxists, or just American leftists, and by leftists I mean anything ranging from democratic socialists, aka Demsocs, to anarchists and Marxist-Leninists, having like a blind spot to things relating to imperialism or indigenous people or that sort of people of color and stuff like that. Because, you know, you're going to hear more about the writings of Marx than you'll hear about the writings of some POC or indigenous Marxist. Or I could even dunk on Vaush. Oh my god. No, no. Seems common for Vosh. Is that how it's pronounced? Vosh, not Vaush. That streamer guy? Streamer beef? No. Seems from what I've seen, what I've seen from some people's videos before, that he has a blind spot as far as American imperialism and stuff goes, because he is an American. Among other things, there's a reason that many people don't like him. Okay. Where was I? We were down here somewhere. Oh, it was right here. Try to find a bit when you're back at your PC? Okay. Streamer guy. Well, he's a ostensibly leftist streamer, although he seems to take great joy in calling out other leftists as tankies, and then him, yeah. Leftist purity politics? Oh my god, no. Yeah, whatever. I don't really have much to say about him. And well, oh, I don't think anyone's gonna be. I don't think there's anyone here that's gonna be a big Vouch fan that's gonna. Yeah, I don't have a takedown piece. So, and I don't want to make a takedown piece. Got some gummy bears. How things going? Oh, we're taking a little break. I took a 60-second break to talk about Vosh. Really fucked up. Because of this bit about American Marxist theorists. What is it? This little chunk right here. It's been a while since I ever consumed a gummy bear. I think I like gummy worms more. Yuck, that they're the same material. One's just a noodle and the other one's like a cube with limbs. Really fucked up. Okay, this is where we were at. Here it seems to me there's a simple two-part answer to be given, at least so far as the study of imperialism and culture, or Orientalism, is concerned. In the first place, nearly every 19th century writer, and the same is true enough of writers in early periods, was extraordinarily well aware of the fact of empire. This is a subject not very well studied, but it will not take a modern Victorian specialist long to admit that liberal cultural heroes like John Stuart Mill, Arnold, Carlyle, Newman, Macaulay, Ruskin, George Eliot, and even Dickens had definite views on race and imperialism, which are quite easily to be found at work in their writing. So, even a specialist must deal with the knowledge that Mill, for example, made it clear in On Liberty and Representative... These underlines seem to really break the text highlighting. Must deal with the knowledge that Mill, for example, made it clear in On Liberty and Representative Government that his views could not be applied to India. He was an India Office functionary for a good deal of his life, after all, because the Indians were civilizationally, if not racially, inferior. The same kind of paradox is to be found in Marx, as I tried to show in this book. In the second place, to believe that politics in the form of imperialism bears upon the production of literature, scholarship, social theory, and history writing is by no means equivalent to saying that culture is therefore a demeaned or denigrated thing. Quite the contrary. My whole point is to say that we can better understand the persistence and the durability of saturating hegemonic systems like culture when we realize that their internal constraints upon writers and thinkers were productive, not unilaterally inhibiting. I think he means productive as in producing of lots of output, not productive like you made lots of good stuff, yum, good job, you worked hard, you generated so much surplus value. Like when you hear positive versus negative, as in things being generated, or is it thing existing versus thing not existing or being removed, rather than positive in the sense of good thing and negative being bad thing. Okay. When realized that their internal constraints upon writers and thinkers were productive, not unilaterally inhibiting. It is this idea that Gramsci, certainly, and Foucault and Raymond Williams, in their very different ways, have been trying to illustrate. Even 1 or 2 pages by Williams on the uses of the empire in The Long Revolution tell us more about 19th century cultural richness than many volumes of hermetic textual analyses. Hermetic. Complete and airtight. Relating to an ancient occult tradition. Oh. Insulated or protected from outside influences. Or esoteric cryptic. Okay, that's a lot of definitions. I don't know what he means by that. Probably esoteric and cryptic is the definition. Cryptic textual analyses. Therefore, I study Orientalism as a dynamic exchange between individual authors and the... Interesting. Therefore, I study Orientalism as a dynamic exchange between individual authors and the large political concerns shaped by the 3 great empires, British, French, American, in whose intellectual and imaginative territory the writing was produced. What interests me most as a scholar is not the gross political verity, but the detail, as indeed what interests us in someone like Lane or Flaubert or Renan is not the, to him, indisputable truth that Occidentals are superior to Orientals, but the profoundly worked over and modulated evidence of his detailed work within the very wide space opened up by that truth. One need only remember that Lane's Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians is a classic of historical and anthropological observation because of its style, its enormously intelligent and brilliant details, not because of its simple reflection of racial superiority, to understand what I am saying here. The kind of political questions raised by Orientalism, then, are as follows. What other source of intellectual, aesthetic, scholarly, and cultural energies went into the making of an imperialist tradition like the Orientalist one? How did philology, lexicography, history, biology, political and economic theory, novel writing, and lyric poetry come to the service of Orientalism's broadly imperialist view of the world? He does this a lot, where it's like, how did A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H... I don't like it when... It's like, how did blank come to the service of, and then by the time we get to the end of the list, I'm gonna forget what we were trying to say, because my brain is not big enough to hold all these words. How did all that shit come to the service of Orientalism's broadly imperialist view of the world? What changes, modulations, refinements, even revolutions take place within Orientalism? What is the meaning of originality, of continuity, of individuality in this context? How does Orientalism transmit or reproduce itself from one epoch to another? In fine, how can we treat the cultural, historical phenomenon of Orientalism as a kind of willed human work, not of mere unconditioned ratiocination? What a fucking word. Ratiocination, like rationalization. In all its historical complexity, detail, and worth, without at the same time losing sight of the alliance between cultural work, political tendencies, the state, and the specific realities of domination. Governed by such concerns, a humanistic study can responsibly address itself to politics and culture. But this is not to say that such a study establishes a hard and fast rule about the relationship between knowledge and politics. My argument is that each humanistic investigation must formulate the nature of that connection in the specific context of the study, the subject matter and its historical circumstances. That was one? Wow. Forgot that we were remembering these things. Couldn't find the exact quote you were reminded of, but the part that activated your memories was right around, "Yet there is a reluctance to allow that political, institutional, and ideological constraints act in the same manner on the individual author." You were probably listening to a YouTube essay about the influence of media or something. Okay. My throat is crisped up already after getting that, prepping my throat, reading the other thing. I think after I finish the introduction, I will take a break to feast upon the flesh of some perished animals or something. Which is to say I'm going to eat dinner. Okay. Number 2, the methodological question. In a previous book, I gave a good deal of thought and analysis to the methodological importance for work in the human sciences of finding and formulating a first step, a point of departure, a beginning principle. A major lesson I learned and tried to present was that there is no such thing as a merely given or simply available starting point. Beginnings have to be made for each project in such a way as to enable what follows from them. Nowhere in my experience has the difficulty of this lesson been more consciously lived, with what success or failure I cannot really say, than in this study of Orientalism. The idea of beginning, indeed the act of beginning, necessarily involves an act of delimitation by which something is cut out of a greater mass of material, separated from the mass, and made to stand for, as well as be, a starting point, a beginning. For the student of texts, one such notion of inaugural delimitation is Louis Althusser's idea of the problematic, a specific, determinate unity of a text or group of texts, which is something given rise to by analysis. That's a different problematic than Twitter. Twitter problematic, presumably. Maybe problematic. The problematic, like the problem? I don't know. Yet, in the case of Orientalism, as opposed to the case of Marx's texts, which is what Althusser studies, there is not simply the problem of finding a point of departure, or problematic, but also the question of designating which texts, authors, and periods are the ones best suited for study. It has seemed to me foolish to attempt an encyclopedic narrative history of Orientalism. First of all, because if my guiding principle was to be the European idea of the Orient, there would be virtually no limit to the material I would have had to deal with. Second, because the narrative model itself did not suit my descriptive and political interests. Oh, narrative model, like the story of the thing. Third, because in such books as Raymond Schwab's La Renaissance Orientale, Johann Fuchs Die arabischen Studien in Europa bis in den Anfang des 20. I think that's 20. 20. 10, 18, 19, 20, yeah. In the 20 Jahrhunderts, and more recently, Dorothy Medlitsky's The Matter of Araby in Medieval England, there already exist encyclopedic works on certain aspects of the European-Oriental encounter, such as make the critic's job, in the general political and intellectual context I sketched above, a different one. Oh my god, kitty cat, don't attack my ball cap. There still remains the problem of cutting down a very fat archive to manageable dimensions, and more important, outlining something and then in the nature of an intellectual order within that group of texts, without at the same time following a mindlessly chronological order. My starting point, therefore, has been the British, French, and American experience of the Orient taken as a unit, what made that experience possible by way of historical and intellectual background, what the quality and character of the experience has been. For reasons I shall discuss presently, I limited that already limited, but still inordinately large, set of questions. Oh my god, a cat. Fucking. Limited that already limited, but still inordinately large, set of questions to the Anglo-French-American experience of the Arabs and Islam, which for almost 1,000 years together stood for the Orient. You come in here, you come in for I get to tell you to play? Oh, yeah, I'm just so I can see out of the corner of my eye. The bracer is all lined up, and then I'm like, oh shit. I'll just give you a thinky. Yeah, Nicky was streaming right meow. He's doing sub-sketch scatter day. Playing with balls and playing with marbles. Subscribe to Nicky. Whoa. Excuse me. Cha-cha-cha. Which for almost 1,000 years stood together for the Orient. Immediately upon doing that, a large part of the Orient seemed to have been eliminated. India, Japan, China, and other sections of the Far East, not because these regions were not important, they obviously have been, but because one could discuss Europe's experience of the Near Orient, or of Islam, apart from its experience of the Far Orient. Yet, at certain moments of that general European history of interest in the East, particular parts of the Orient like Egypt, Syria, and Arabia cannot be discussed without also studying Europe's involvement in the more distant parts, of which Persia and India are the most important. A notable case in point is the connection between Egypt and India, so far as 18th and 19th century Britain was concerned. Similarly, the French role in deciphering the Zend-Avesta, the preeminence of Paris as a center of Sanskrit studies during the first decade of the 19th century, the fact that Napoleon's interest in the Orient was contingent upon his sense of the British role in India. All these Far Eastern interests directly influenced French interest in the Near East, Islam, and the Arabs. Man, still in the introduction. Fucked up. We're never gonna make it out. Maybe I'll continue reading this tomorrow. I don't want to drag this out over a long duration. Socialism, Saturday and Sunday, they both start with S. But then my throat's gonna be all busted, and then I'd have to keep reading. Britain and France dominated the Eastern Mediterranean from about the end of the 17th century on. Yet, my discussion of that domination and systematic interest does not do justice to A. the important contributions to Orientalism of Germany, Italy, Russia, Spain, and Portugal, and B. the fact that one of the important impulses toward the study of the Orient in the 18th century was the revolution in biblical studies stimulated by such variously interesting pioneers as Bishop Lowth, Eichhorn, Herder, and Michaelis, whatever. In the first place, I had to focus rigorously upon the British, French, and later the American material, because it seemed inescapably true not only that Britain and France were the pioneer nations in the Orient and in Oriental studies, but that these vanguard positions were held by virtue of the two greatest colonial networks in pre-20th century history, the American Oriental position since World War II has fit, I think quite self-consciously, in the places excavated by the two earlier European powers. Then too, I believe that the sheer quality, consistency, and mass of British, French, and American writing on the Orient lifts it above the doubtless crucial work done in Germany, Italy, Russia, and elsewhere. But I think it is also true that the major steps in Oriental scholarship were first taken in either Britain and France, then elaborated upon by Germans. Sylvester de Sacy, for example, was not only the first modern and institutional European Orientalist who worked on Islam, Arabic literature, the Druze religion, and Sassanid Persia, he was also the teacher of Champollion and of Franz Bopp, the founder of Franz Bopp, probably pronounced like that, the founder of German comparative linguistics. A similar claim of priority and subsequent preeminence can be made for William Jones and Edward William Lane. In the second place, and here the failings of my study of Orientalism are amply made up for, there has been some important recent work on the background in biblical scholarship to the rise of what I have called modern Orientalism. The best and the most illuminatingly relevant is E.S. Schaffer's impressive Kubla Khan and the Fall of Jerusalem, an indispensable study of the origins of Romanticism and of the intellectual activity underpinning a great deal of what goes on in Coleridge, Browning, and George Eliot. To some degree, Schaffer's work refines upon the outlines provided in Schwab by articulating the material of relevance to be found in the German biblical scholars, and using that material to read By articulating the material of relevance to be found in the German biblical scholars, and using that material to read in an intelligent and always interesting way the work of three major British writers. Yet, what is missing in the book is some sense of the political as well as ideological edge given the Oriental material by the British and French writers I am principally concerned with. In addition, unlike Schaffer, I attempt to elucidate subsequent developments in an academic as well as literary Orientalism that bear on the connection between British and French Orientalism on the one hand, and the rise of an explicitly colonial-minded imperialism on the other. Then too, I wish to show how all these earlier matters are reproduced more or less in American Orientalism after the Second World War. Nevertheless, there is a possibly misleading aspect to my study, where... Hold on. I want to see how much farther this goes, because my throat hurty and I want to take a break. We're on page 27. Damn, Daniel. Damn, Daniel. Oh, there it is. There's the end. Another 10 pages? Wow. Maybe I should just go and eat right now. I think perchance I will go eat right now, because I need a break. Oh, hello, Bills. Welcome here. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna go feast upon already killed food. Yeah. I'm gonna leave the music on, it's gonna be fucked up. Crunch. Oh, I said I was gonna update the art on the art roll and I didn't. Whoopsie. I'll do it eventually. I'm back. From the food zone. I think it was this one. You know, I guess I don't actually need to be using that source anymore. Go over here. Oh shit, and then I have to turn the camera thing back on. Bam. And then these two will look exactly the same. Or will they? Let's see. I'd have to change the thing with the background here and get rid of that. You chose a moment to throw that. Maybe I should fill out my water too, real quick. But it's near empty already. Again. Why is the head pads aren't going away? Maybe something broke with the AP, I don't know. I'm gonna have to redo that. Okay. Water. What are you doing? Wow. Wow. It's supposed to be like, oh, tracking lost, and then do the sleepy, but for some reason it decided to spaz out instead. Wow. Wow. I guess recalibrate it. What's that folder button? Huh. Model config folders. I'll look at that later. Where's the config thing? Or calibration? Okay. Something. Wish to show how all these earlier matters are reproduced more or less in American Orientalism after the Second World War. Nevertheless, there is a possibly misleading aspect to my study, where, aside from an occasional reference, I do not exhaustively discuss the German developments after the inaugural period dominated by Sacy. Oh, also I forgot to say hello, Zam. Yeah. Any work that seeks to provide an understanding of academic Orientalism and pays little attention to scholars like Steinthal, Müller, Becker, Goldziher, Brockelmann, Noldig, to mention only a handful, needs to be reproached, and I freely reproach myself. I particularly regret not taking more account of the great scientific prestige that accrued to German scholarship by the middle of the 19th century, whose neglect was made into a denunciation of insular British scholars by George Eliot. I have in mind Eliot's unforgettable portrait of Mr. Casaubon in Middlemarch. One reason Casaubon cannot finish his Key to All Mythologies is, according to his young cousin Will Ladislaw, that he is unacquainted with German scholarship. For not only has Casaubon chosen a subject, quote, as changing as chemistry, new discoveries are constantly making new points of view. He is undertaking a job similar to a refutation of Paracelsus because he is not an quote, he is not an Orientalist, you know. I don't know what Paracelsus is. I think this guy needs to write with more words like hot take instead of polemic. No, it's Paracelsus, Swiss physician and alchemist. pioneer in several aspects of the medical revolution of the Renaissance. Well, it was written in the 70s, so that's how intellectuals back then talked, I guess. Intellectuals. Scratch the chin. Also, I'm going to be holding Blahaj now to give myself more power when I'm reading. It's really fucked up, I know. I'll have to translate the entire book to O20s? Wowza. I don't know. Eliot was not wrong in implying that by about 1830, which is when Middlemarch is set, German scholarship had fully attained its European preeminence. Yet at no time in German scholarship during the first two-thirds of the 19th century could a close partnership have developed between Orientalists and a protracted, sustained national interest in the Orient. There was nothing in Germany to correspond to the Anglo-French presence in India, the Levant, or North Africa. Moreover, the German Orient was almost exclusively a scholarly, or at least a classical Orient. It was made the subject of lyrics, fantasies, and even novels, but it was never actual, the way Egypt and Syria were actual for Chateaubriand, Lane, Lamartine, Burton, Disraeli, or Nerval. There's some significance in the fact that the two most renowned German works on the Orient, Goethe's Westostliche Divan and Friedrich Schlegel's Über die Sprache und Weisheit der Indier, are based respectively on a Rhine journey and on hours spent in Paris libraries. What German Oriental scholarship did was to refine and elaborate techniques whose application was to texts, myths, ideas, and languages almost literally gathered from the Orient by Imperial Britain and France. Well, just wait until we get to reading Karl Marx's big dick books. See, Karl Marx was born in 1818 and died in 1883, so we're gonna be getting that crunchy 1800s intellectual scrunch. Although it's also gonna be translated from German to English. Yeah, crunch, wow. Crunch a munchin'. I'm holding off on reading the obvious books because there's some other ones I'm a little more particularly interested in. We all fucked up. Also, I think reading Capital might be kind of large. See, Karl Marx, Capital, page count. I looked up. Barnes & Noble says that Capital, A Critique of Political Economy, Volume 1 is 1,152 pages. I think I'll die. All 3 volumes, 2,999 pages. I think I will perish instantly if I try to read that. I gotta work my way up to the boss. Drill some mini bosses first. Okay. Yet, what German Orientalism had in common with Anglo-French and later American Orientalism was a kind of intellectual authority over the Orient within Western culture. This authority must in large part be the subject of any description of Orientalism, and it is so in this study. Even the name Orientalism suggests a serious, perhaps ponderous style of expertise. When I apply it to modern American social scientists, since they do not call themselves Orientalists, my use of the word is anomalous. It is to draw attention to the way Middle East experts can still draw on the vestiges of Orientalism's intellectual position in 19th century Europe. Oh, there we go. Another check mark. Fucked up. There is nothing mysterious or natural about authority. It is formed, irradiated, disseminated. It is instrumental. It is persuasive. It has status. It establishes canons of taste and value. It is virtually indistinguishable from certain ideas it dignifies as true, and from traditions, perceptions, and judgments it forms, transmits, reproduces. Above all, authority can, indeed must, be analyzed. Oh, I got a sneeze coming. Maybe. I'll just keep reading until the sneeze suddenly spawns. Above all, authority can, indeed must, be analyzed. All these attributes of authority apply to Orientalism, and much of what I do in this study is to describe both the historical authority in and the personal authorities of Orientalism. My principal methodological devices for studying authority here are what can be called strategic location, which is a way of describing the author's position in a text with regard to the Oriental material he writes about, and strategic formation, which is a way of analyzing the relationship between texts and the way in which groups of texts, types of texts, even textual genres, acquire mass, density, and referential power among themselves, and thereafter in the culture at large. I use the notion of strategy simply to identify the problem every writer on the Orient has faced, how to get hold of it, how to approach it, how not to be defeated or overwhelmed by its sublimity, its scope, its awful dimensions. Everyone who writes about the Orient must locate himself vis-a-vis the Orient. Vis-a-vis. Visa check card. Vis-a-vis, in relation to, in regard to. Translated into his text, this location includes the kind of narrative voice he adopts, the type of structure he builds, the kinds of images, themes, motifs that circulate in his text, all of which add up to deliberate ways of addressing the reader, containing the Orient, and finally representing it or speaking in its behalf. None of this takes place in the abstract, however. Every writer on the Orient, and this is true even of Homer, assumes some Oriental precedent, some previous knowledge of the Orient, to which he refers and on which he relies. Additionally, each work on the Orient affiliates itself with other works, with audiences, with institutions, with the Orient itself. The ensemble of relationships between works, audiences, and some particular aspects of the Orient therefore constitutes an analyzable formation. For example, that of philological studies, of anthologies of extracts from Oriental literature, of travel books, of Oriental fantasies, whose presence in time, in discourse, in institutions, schools, libraries, foreign services, gives it strength and authority. French. It is clear, I hope, that my concern with authority does not entail analysis of what lies hidden in the Orientalist text, but analysis rather of the text's surface, its exteriority to what it describes. I do not think that this idea can be overemphasized. Orientalism is premised upon exteriority, that is, on the fact that the Orientalist, poet or scholar, makes the Orient speak, describes the Orient, renders its mysteries plain for and to the West. He is never concerned with the Orient except as the first cause of what he says. What he says and writes, by virtue of the fact that it is said or written, is meant to indicate that the Orientalist is outside the Orient, both as an existential and as a moral fact. The principal product of this exteriority is of course representation. As early as Aeschylus's play, The Persians, the Orient is transformed from a very far distant and often threatening otherness into figures that are relatively familiar. In Aeschylus's case, grieving Asiatic women. The dramatic immediacy of representation in The Persians obscures the fact that the audience is watching a highly artificial enactment of what a non-Oriental has made into a symbol for the whole Orient. My analysis of the Orientalist text therefore places emphasis on the evidence, which is by no means invisible, for such representations as representations, not as natural depictions of the Orient. This evidence is found just as prominently in the so-called truthful text, histories, philological analyses, political treatises, as in the avowedly artistic, i.e. openly imaginative text. The things to look at are style, figures of speech, setting, narrative devices, historical and social circumstances, not the correctness of the representation, nor its fidelity to some great original. The exteriority of the representation is always governed by some version of the truism that if the Orient could represent itself, it would. Since it cannot, the representation does the job for the West, and faute de mieux for the poor Orient. What does that mean? It's shit. For want of a better alternative. the representation does the job for the West, and for want of a better alternative, for the poor Orient. Sie können sich nicht vertreten, sie müssen vertreten werden. She cannot speak for herself, she must be spoken for. Is that what the quote at the start? Okay, as Marx wrote in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. Another reason for insisting upon exteriority is that I believe it needs to be made clear about cultural discourse and exchange within a culture that what is commonly circulated by it is not truth, but representations. It hardly needs to be demonstrated again that language itself is a highly organized and encoded system, which employs many devices to express, indicate, exchange messages and information, represent, and so forth. In any instance of at least written language, there is no such thing as a delivered presence, but a re-presence or a representation. The value, efficacy, strength, apparent veracity of a written statement about the Orient therefore relies very little and cannot instrumentally depend on the Orient as such. On the contrary, a written statement is a presence to the reader by virtue of its having excluded, displaced, made supererogatory any such real thing as the Orient. Thus, all of Orientalism stands forth and away from the Orient. That Orientalism makes sense at all depends more on the West than on the Orient, and this sense is directly indebted to various Western techniques of representation that make the Orient visible, clear, there, in discourse about it. And these representations rely upon institutions, traditions, conventions, agreed upon codes of understanding for their effects, not upon a distant and amorphous Orient. The difference between representations of the Orient before the last third of the 18th century The difference between representations of the Orient before the last third of the 18th century and those after it, that is, those belonging to what I call modern Orientalism, is that the range of representation expanded enormously in the later period. It is true that after William Jones and Anquetil du Perron, and after Napoleon's Egyptian expedition, Europe came to know the Orient more scientifically, to live in it with greater authority and discipline than ever. Oops. So good at clicking buttons. It is true that after William Jones and Anquetil du Perron, and after Napoleon's Egyptian expedition, Europe came to know the Orient more scientifically, to live in it with greater authority and discipline than ever before. But what mattered to Europe was the expanded scope and the much greater refinement given its techniques for receiving the Orient. When around the turn of the 18th century the Orient definitively revealed the age of its languages, thus outdating Hebrew's divine pedigree, it was a group of Europeans who made the discovery, passed it on to other scholars, and preserved the discovery in the new science of Indo-European philology. I'm going to look up that word because I have been assuming I know what it means and not really. The branch of knowledge that deals with the structure, historical development, and relations of a language or languages. Philology. A new powerful science for viewing the linguistic Orient was born, and with it, as Foucault has shown in The Order of Things, a whole web of related scientific interests. Similarly, William Beckford, Byron, Goethe, and Hugo restructured the Orient by their art, and made its colors, lights, and people visible through their images, rhythms, and motifs. At most, the real Orient provoked a writer to his vision. It very rarely guided it. Orientalism responded more to the culture that produced it than to its putative object. Putative. Putin on these nuts. Putative, commonly accepted or supposed. Assumed to exist or to have existed. Okay, Orientalism responded more to the culture that produced it than to its commonly accepted or supposed object, which was also produced by the West. Excuse me. Thus, the history of Orientalism has both an internal consistency and a highly articulated set of relationships to the dominant culture surrounding it. My analyses consequently try to show the field's shape and internal organization, its pioneers, patriarchal authorities, canonical texts, doxological ideas, exemplary figures, its followers, elaborators, and new authorities. I try also to explain how Orientalism borrowed and was frequently informed by, quote, strong ideas, doctrines, and trends ruling the culture. Thus, there was, and is, a linguistic Orient, a Freudian Orient, a Spenglerian Orient, a Darwinian Orient, a racist Orient, and so on. Yet, crunch. I'll curl that one. Curl that one too. Yeah. Yet never has there been such a thing as a pure or unconditional Orient. Similarly, never has there been a non-material form of Orientalism, much less something so innocent as an, quote, idea of the Orient. In this underlying conviction and in its ensuing methodological consequences, do I differ from scholars who study the history of ideas. For the emphases and the executive form, above all the material effectiveness, of statements made by Orientalist discourse. Kitty cat, what are you doing? Wait. For the emphases and the executive form, above all the material effectiveness of statements made by Orientalist discourse are possible in ways that any hermetic history of ideas tends completely to scant. Oh my god, two words in a moment. Hermetic. Oh, it's like esoteric, cryptic. Scant. Oh, his chances at winning were scant or whatever. Barely sufficient or adequate. That any cryptic history of ideas tends completely to verb, provide grudgingly or in insufficient amounts. Without those emphases and that material effectiveness, Orientalism would be just another idea, whereas it is and was much more than that. Therefore, I set out to examine not only scholarly works, but also works of literature, political tracts, journalistic texts, travel books, religious and philological studies. In other words, my hybrid perspective is broadly historical and, quote, anthropological, given that I believe all texts to be worldly and circumstantial in, of course, ways that vary from genre to genre and from historical period to historical period. Yet, unlike Michael Foucault, to whose work I am greatly indebted, I do believe in the determining imprint of individual writers upon the otherwise anonymous collective body of texts, constituting a discursive formation like Orientalism. The unity of the large ensemble of texts I analyze is due in part to the fact that they frequently refer to each other. Orientalism is, after all, a system for citing works and authors. Edward William Lane's Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians was read and cited by such diverse figures as Nerval, Flaubert, and Richard Burton. He was an authority whose use was an imperative for anyone writing or thinking about the Orient, not just about Egypt. When Nerval borrows passages verbatim from modern Egyptians, it is to use Lane's authority to assist him in describing village scenes in Syria, not Egypt. Lane's authority and the opportunities provided for citing him discriminately as well as indiscriminately were there because Orientalism would give his text the kind of distributive currency that he acquired. There is no way, however, of understanding Lane's currency without also understanding the peculiar features of his text. This is equally true of Renan, Sayce, Lamartine, Schlegel, and a group of other influential writers. Foucault believes that, in general, the individual text or author accounts for very little, empirically in the case of Orientalism, and perhaps nowhere else. I find this not to be so. Accordingly, my analyses employ close textual readings, whose goal is to reveal the dialectic between individual text or writer and the complex, collective formation to which his work is a contribution. Yet, even though it includes an ample selection of writers, this book is still far from a complete history or general account of Orientalism. Of this failing, I'm very conscious. The fabric of as thick a discourse as Orientalism has survived and functioned in Western society because of its richness. All I have done is to describe parts of that fabric at certain moments. and merely to suggest the existence of a larger whole, detailed, interesting, dotted with fascinating figures, text, and events. I've consoled myself with believing that this book is one installment of several, and hope there are scholars and critics who might want to write others. There is still a general essay to be written on imperialism and culture. Other studies would go more deeply into the connection between Orientalism and pedagogy, or into Italian, Dutch, German, and Swiss Orientalism, or into the dynamic between scholarship and imaginative writing, or into the relationship between administrative ideas and intellectual discipline. Okay, and I looked up pedagogy to remind myself. The method and practice of teaching. Perhaps the most important task of all would be to undertake studies in contemporary alternatives to Orientalism, to ask how one can study other cultures and peoples from a libertarian. I'm gonna assume that's not the modern sort of libertarian. Libertarian like liberty. Or a to ask how one can study other cultures and peoples from a libertarian or a non-repressive and non-manipulative perspective. But then, one would have to rethink the whole complex problem of knowledge and power. These are all tasks left embarrassingly incomplete in this study. The last, perhaps self-flattering observation on method that I want to make here is that I have written this study with several audiences in mind. For students of literature and criticism, Orientalism offers a marvelous instance of the interrelations between society, history, and textuality. Moreover, the cultural role played by the Orient in the West connects Orientalism with ideology, politics, and the logic of power. Matters of relevance, I think, to the literary community. For contemporary students of the Orient, from university scholars to policymakers, I have written with two ends in mind. One, to present their intellectual genealogy to them in a way that has not been done. Two, to criticize, with the hope of stirring discussion, the often unquestioned assumptions on which their work, for the most part, depends. For the general reader, this study deals with matters that always compel attention, all of them connected not only with Western conceptions and treatments of the other, but also with the singularly important role played by Western culture in what Vico called the world of nations. Lastly, for readers in the so-called Third World, this study proposes itself as a step toward an understanding not so much of Western politics and of the non-Western world in those politics, as of the strength of Western culture, as of the strength of Western cultural discourse, a strength too often mistaken as merely decorative or superstructural. My hope is to illustrate the formidable structure of cultural domination, and, specifically for formerly colonized peoples, the dangers and temptations of employing this structure upon themselves or upon others. The 3 long chapters and 12 shorter units into which this book is divided are intended to facilitate exposition as much as possible. Chapter 1, quote, "The scope of Orientalism," draws a large circle around all the dimensions of the subject, both in terms of historical time. I'm gonna skip this track, the words are distracting me. Skip into. That's fine. 3 long chapters and 12 shorter units into which this book is divided are intended to facilitate exposition as much as possible. Chapter 1, The Scope of Orientalism, draws a large circle around all the dimensions of the subject, both in terms of historical time and experiences, and in terms of philosophical and political themes. Chapter 2, Orientalist Structures and Restructures, attempts to trace the development of modern Orientalism by a broadly chronological description, and also by the description of a set of devices common to the work of important poets, artists, and scholars. Chapter 3, Orientalism Now, begins where its predecessor left off, at around 1870. This is the period of great colonial expansion into the Orient, and it culminates in World War II. The very last section of Chapter 3 characterizes the shift from British and French to American hegemony. I attempt there finally to sketch the present intellectual and social realities of Orientalism in the United States. Oh my god, I forgot again that we were on a number. Number 3. Out of something. The personal dimension. In the prison notebooks, Gramsci says, quote, "The starting point of critical elaboration is the consciousness of what one really is, and is, quote, knowing thyself as a product of..." Cat blocking the reading. No, don't sit on the mouse. Put Valhaj to the side for cat combat. Oh, bat ran away. Okay. Destroy. The starting point of critical elaboration is the consciousness of what one really is, and is knowing thyself as a product of the historical process to date, which has deposited in you an infinity of traces without leaving an inventory. End quote. The only available English translation inexplicably leaves Gramsci's comment at that, whereas, in fact, Gramsci's Italian text concludes by adding, "Therefore, it is imperative at the outset to compile such an inventory." Much of the personal investment in this study derives from my awareness of being an Much of the personal investment in this study derives from my awareness of being a, quote, Oriental as a child growing up in 2 British colonies. All of my education in those colonies, Palestine and Egypt, and in the United States has been Western, and yet that deep early awareness has persisted. In many ways, my study of Orientalism has been an attempt to inventory the traces upon me, the Oriental subject, of the culture whose domination has been so powerful a factor in the life of all Orientals. This is why, for me, the Islamic Orient has had to be the center of attention. Whether what I have achieved is the inventory prescribed by Gramsci is not for me to judge, although I have felt it important to be conscious of trying to produce one. Oh my god. Thanks for telling me. I was totally not tabbed onto Nekua tab because I was... Where's Nami Prey? Ah. Why does this emote shit work like this? Whether what I have achieved is the inventory prescribed by Gramsci is not for me to judge, although I have felt it important to be conscious of trying to produce one. Along the way, as severely and as rationally as I have been able, I have tried to maintain a critical consciousness, as well as employing those instruments of historical, humanistic, and cultural research of which my education has made me the fortunate beneficiary. In none of that, however, have I ever lost hold of the cultural reality of the personal involvement in having been constituted as an Oriental. The historical circumstances making such a study possible are fairly complex, and I can only list them schematically here. Anyone resident in the West since the 1950s, particularly in the United States, will have lived through an era of extraordinary turbulence in the relations of East and West. No one will have failed to note how East has always signified danger and threat during this period, even as it has meant the traditional Orient as well as Russia. In the universities, a growing establishment of area studies programs and institutes has made the scholarly study of the Orient a branch of national policy. Public affairs in this country include a healthy interest in the Orient, as much for its strategic and economic importance as for its traditional exoticism. If the world has become immediately accessible to a Western citizen living in the electronic age, the Orient too has drawn nearer to him, and is now less a myth, perhaps, than a place crisscrossed by Western, especially American, interests. Would it be fucked up if I stopped reading this before I even finished the first chapter? This is still the introduction, so this isn't part of chapter 1, but I don't know. I could just read book 3 days in a row, I guess. Well, I'll think about it. I'll check how long chapter 1 is again, and if it's a suitably massive amount of pages, I think I'll just raid into Nekua. But we'll see. One aspect of the electronic postmodern world is that there has been a reinforcement of the stereotypes by which the Orient is viewed. Television, the films, and all the media's resources have forced information into more and more standardized molds. So far as the Orient is concerned, standardization and cultural stereotyping have intensified the hold of the 19th century academic and imaginative demonology of the mysterious Orient. This is nowhere more true than in the ways by which the Near East is grasped. Three things have contributed to making even the simplest perception of the Arabs and Islam into a highly politicized, almost raucous matter. 1. The history of popular anti-Arab and anti-Islamic prejudice in the West, which is immediately reflected in the history of Orientalism. 2. The struggle between the Arabs and Israeli Zionism and its effects upon American Jews as well as upon both the liberal culture and the population at large. 3. The almost total absence of any cultural position, making it possible either to identify with or dispassionately to discuss the Arabs or Islam. Furthermore, it hardly needs saying that because the Middle East is now so identified with great power politics, oil economics, and the simple-minded dichotomy of free-loving democratic Israel and evil, totalitarian, and terroristic Arabs, the chances of anything like a clear view of what one talks about in talking about the Near East are depressingly small. My own experiences of these matters are in part what made me write this book. The life of an Arab Palestinian in the West, particularly in America, is disheartening. There exists here an almost unanimous consensus that politically he does not exist, and when it is allowed that he does, it is either as a nuisance or as an Oriental. The web of racism, cultural stereotypes, political imperialism, dehumanizing ideology holding in the Arab or in the Muslim is very strong indeed, and it is this web which every Palestinian has come to feel as his uniquely punishing destiny. It has made matters worse for him to remark that no person academically involved with the Near East, no Orientalist that is, has ever in the United States culturally and politically identified himself wholeheartedly with the Arabs. Certainly, there have been identifications on some level, but they have never taken an acceptable form, as has liberal American identification with Zionism, and all too frequently they have been radically flawed by their association either with discredited political and economic interests, oil company and State Department Arabists, for example, or with religion. I think liberal here, since this is a book from the 70s, they're probably talking about the classic liberal thing. Also, I just realized the fucking thing on the side is actually blocking that a little bit. Right. It only took me an hour to notice that. Wow. The nexus of knowledge and power, creating the Oriental, and in a sense obliterating him as a human being, is therefore not for me an exclusively academic matter, yet it is an intellectual matter of some very obvious importance. I have been able to put to use my humanistic and political concerns for the analysis and description of a very worldly matter, the rise, development, and consolidation of Orientalism. Too often, literature and culture are presumed to be politically, even historically innocent. It has regularly seemed otherwise to me, and certainly my study of Orientalism has convinced me, and I hope will convince my literary colleagues, that society and literary culture can only be understood and studied together. In addition, and by an almost inescapable logic, I have found myself writing the history of a strange, secret sharer of Western anti-Semitism. That anti-Semitism, and as I have discussed it in its Islamic branch, Orientalism, resemble each other very closely. That anti-Semitism, and as I have discussed it in its Islamic branch, Orientalism, resemble each other very closely, is a historical, cultural, and political truth that needs only to be mentioned to an Arab Palestinian for its irony to be perfectly understood. But what I should like also to have contributed here is a better understanding of the way cultural domination has operated. If this stimulates a new kind of dealing with the Orient, indeed if it eliminates the Orient and Occident altogether, then we shall have advanced a little in the process of what Raymond Williams has called the unlearning of, quote, the inherent dominative mode. We made it out of the introduction. Okay, page 38. Out of 378. Let me check. Okay. It says 31, but I was like 38, so... I think I'll read into Nekio, and then maybe I'll read chapter 1 and 2 tomorrow, and then maybe I can read chapter 3 on Monday, because, yeah, that's a lot of words. And I think, I was suggesting something before about reading Palestine thingies before going into book, but those articles themselves are actually kind of long. I could spend hours just reading stuff on that website alone. Fucked up, possibly exploding. Yeah, I'm gonna raid into nature. I would like to have a small amount of chill to myself. Maybe I can just crunch through... No, I don't think I crunched through that many pages in one Sunday. Nekio is gonna be like, oh my god, you finished all 300 pages already? And I'm like, nope, I did 30. Gonna be really fucked up. Yeah, but I'm gonna read tomorrow as well. Wow. Nekio is doing art right now. Yeah. Boink. Oh my god, look at that. It's all fucked up. Hold on. The way I have that little zoom set up is just part of OBS. It should look like this. Where is it? Gotta hit the blink. And you're like, hey yo. Bye-bye. I ate dinner already. There will be no dinner eating. Yeah. I'll probably start again tomorrow around 3 or 4 or 5 p.m. I don't know. My p.m. Not your p.m. God. Anyway, bye-bye.